Chapter 3606. They were still a few thousand kilometers away from the demon race's encampment, and with the appearance of the demon race's scouts, a fierce battle was inevitable. Right now, their team only had 2 seriously injured First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how could they break through the demon race's blockade? If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on Yang Kai's strength. Han Zhuowei, just focus on your journey. When the time comes, I will lend a hand. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Han Zhangqing cupped his fists again. Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Han Zhangqing immediately relaxed. He had seen the strength Yang Kai displayed before. Killing the demon race's members was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With such strength, he wasn't inferior to the most powerful beast guard, so with his protection, their chances of reaching the encampment were much higher. After thanking him, Han Zhangqing returned the way he came. But after a while, he flew back and stretched out his hand. Palace Master Yang, please join the team. Yang Kai and Fan Xian had been hanging 1,000 meters away from the team, making them too conspicuous. The demon race's scouts had already appeared, so the battle between the two armies was imminent. Yang Kai was the strongest on their side, so the later he was exposed, the better. Previously, they didn't invite him because they couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was a friend or foe, but now that even the 7 Mist Sea didn't respond, there was naturally no problem. What's more, with the strength Yang Kai had displayed before, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Since that was the case, why not be generous? Han Zhangqing turned back and invited him, and Yang Kai didn't refuse, nodding and returning to the team with him. Fan Xian was the happiest, and so were the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley. They all ran over to greet Yang Kai and greet their martial uncle. Compared to other forces, Ice Heart Valley had the closest relationship with High Heaven Palace, so the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt very close to Yang Kai. Many of the others in the team were also secretly paying attention to Yang Kai, but due to their status and cultivation, no one dared to come forward and speak. Only Lu Youwei's guard of the Emperor Realm came forward, but it was just a normal greeting. 2,000 defeated soldiers shuttled through the Gobi Desert and headed towards the encampment. The atmosphere was silent. On the eve of a great battle, everyone was nervous and worried. When night fell, they found a place to rest. Normally, a successful cultivator would be full of energy and would be able to travel continuously without a problem. However, the Bingshan army had just gone through a big battle and many of them were injured. More than half of these 2,000 people were injured. Naturally, they had to preserve their energy to deal with the upcoming battle. Although they had just merged into the 1st Division, their military discipline was still strict. Under Han Zhangqing's command, there were 3 squads that rotated in shifts, keeping watch at night in all directions to guard against the demon race's sneak attacks. He thought that there would be a battle tonight, but unexpectedly, it was a peaceful night. At dawn, the team continued to move forward. The 2 from the Emperor Realm found Yang Kai together. Han Zhangqing asked, Palace Master Yang, are you able to detect the movements of the demon race? After waiting for an entire night and not seeing the enemy, Han Zhangqing was not happy. Instead, he became more and more worried. If the enemy did not attack at night, it meant that they were preparing for something big. Naturally, they had to be on guard. Yang Kai did not hesitate and directly said, 500 li ahead. Han Zhangqing and the other from the Emperor Realm looked at each other and immediately took out a jade slip to check the situation. After a moment, their faces sank. The demon race deserves to die. What a big appetite. After speaking, he looked up at Yang Kai and said, 500 li ahead, there is a gorge-shaped mountain pass. If we want to go back, that is the only way. They probably want to eat us all. Yang Kai smiled, then I'm afraid they will break their teeth. Han Zhangqing's face was solemn. Palace Master Yang, are you confident? If not, we can take a detour. It will only delay us for a few days. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There is no need. Even if we take a detour, we can't avoid the demon race. There are demon race troops on both sides. Han Jiangqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he nodded, "All right, then we will go straight." After the order was passed down, the atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. It became solemn and filled with a murderous aura. 500 li was not too far, but it took this group of survivors more than half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, there were constantly demon race scouts appearing from afar, giving them a silent pressure. Behind the mountain pass was a wide canyon with walls on both sides. The deeper they went, the narrower the canyon became. There was no sign of the demon race, but anyone could feel that the demon race was lying in ambush. Han Jiangqing turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to ask another question, he saw that Yang Kai had already stepped forward from the middle of the group to the front. His footsteps didn't stop, a smile on his face, and a carefree expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Jiangqing shouted, "Keep up." Guard left and right. The group of 2,000 was instantly divided into 10 small groups, coordinating with each other as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. After entering the mountain pass and crossing into the canyon, demon chi suddenly surged within 10 li of them. The ground under their feet seemed to come alive as it quickly squirmed and turned into rolling quicksand in an instant. Everyone's figure suddenly sank. Han Jiangqing's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Sand demon, heaven flight." Only a sand demon could cause such a change in the ground in such a short period of time, and the one who did this was definitely a demon king level sand demon, otherwise it would be impossible to use such a large-scale divine technique. After several years of fighting, Star Boundary's side was already familiar with the methods of the demon race and had a plan to deal with them. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the large myriad sword in his hand. While walking, the myriad sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The large sword disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, a muffled scream came from the depths of the ground. The ground that was rapidly turning into quicksand suddenly returned to normal. With a bang, the myriad sword flew out from the ground 20 zhang in front of Yang Kai. A demon race was stabbed into the body of the large sword, directly piercing through him. The demon race had suffered such a heavy blow, but he didn't die. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he gripped the myriad sword with both hands, struggling to pull it out of his body. This was indeed a demon king level sand demon, and although it was only a low-rank demon king, its demon chi was extremely good. When the sand demon rushed out from the ground, his eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai with resentment. Although he was underground, he knew very well who had attacked him. He couldn't figure out how this guy had found his position and severely injured him. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Forming a hand seal, he spat out a single word, "Break." The myriad sword hummed as tens of thousands of dazzling sword lights shot out from the sand demon's body. As far as the eye could see, the sand demon looked like a hedgehog full of glowing swords. An even more mournful scream rang out, followed by a loud explosion as the sand demon exploded. In the blink of an eye, a sand demon of the demon king level was smashed to smithereens. At the same time, 2,000 humans also ascended into the sky. Han Jiangqing and the others had originally intended to escape from the divine technique of the sand demon, but who would have thought that the sand demon would die in a single exchange, and the ground would return to normal. However, before they could react, a dense rain of arrows was already flying toward them. While the Star Boundary had methods to deal with the demon race, how could the demon race not have one? The sand demon's sneak attack underground was just the beginning. It was to lure the humans into the sky. While in the air, the dense rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts passing through, and there was simply no way to avoid them. Everyone's complexion changed as they felt their bodies turn cold. Their hands and feet turned cold, and they cried out in their hearts that their lives were over. Those with fast reactions hurriedly sank down, while those with slow reactions remained in place. The originally good formation was instantly thrown into chaos. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's demon chi rolled, and in the whistling wind, the pitch-black demon chi condensed into an indestructible defense that spread out and covered the void in front of them. All the arrows were blocked by the demonic aura and disappeared without a trace. The demon chi barrier fiercely rolled forward and smashed into the void in front of them. Like a mirror being smashed, a ripple spread out, and countless figures of the demon race suddenly appeared. On the ground, the jade blade was on the left and right, and in the void, the demon race was blocking the way. It was unknown what method they had used before, but they had all hidden themselves, and Han Jingqing and the others didn't notice them at all. Seeing this situation, the human's complexion changed again. 10,000 people, there were definitely 10,000 people. Moreover, there were several demon kings, each of them riding demonic beasts of different sizes, and their auras were ferocious. After Yang Kai used his method to break through their concealment, the group of demon race was also somewhat surprised. The several demon kings in the lead looked at Yang Kai in surprise, puzzled. In their view, since Yang Kai could use demon chi, he was obviously a member of the demon Sky Dao. Since he was a member of the demon Sky Dao, he was a loyal dog of the demon race. How could he oppose the demon race? What kind of situation was this? However, in the next moment, the demon kings threw away this doubt. So what if he was a member of the demon Sky Dao? As long as he dared to oppose the demon race, he deserved to die. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. The demon king in the lead looked at Yang Kai and grinned. He raised his thick arm high and swung it down fiercely. The order to attack was given, and the 10,000 demon race fiercely charged forward. The entire valley shook, and the surrounding rubble rustled down. Han Jingqing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The various teams quickly gathered their people and reformed their formation. The wizard's incantation began to be sung. The noise in the sky couldn't cover up the one-word imperial edict. Yang Kai pointed forward with his fingers and said, "Close." With this one word, the entire valley came alive. The earth churned and rolled back like a blanket, covering the demon race's army. The two sides of the wall blades also quickly closed, like two huge palms, slapping at the flying mosquitoes. The 10,000 demon race were mosquitoes. Under the horrified gazes of Han Jingqing and the others, the rolling earth and the converging wall blades sealed off a large space in a very short time, trapping all the demon race in it. The space rapidly compressed, and a burst of hair-raising sounds came from inside. Fan Xian had goosebumps all over her body while the female disciples of Iceheart Valley turned pale. Chapter 3607. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of demon race disappeared without a trace. The two sides of the wall and the rolling earth formed a sealed space, locking all the demon race within. Just by listening to the sounds coming from the sealed space, everyone could imagine the demon race's current predicament. They were probably squeezed into meat patties. How violent and direct, how unstoppable. The devil race chose this place as their ambush place. Obviously, they had considered it carefully. Once they entered this place, there would only be one exit. If they hid their figures and suddenly attacked, they would definitely cause chaos in the human race army. With 10,000 against 2,000, they could easily wipe out the entire human race army. But they never thought that this place would become their graveyard. Geographical advantage was only relative. When one side's strength reached a level where the other side had to look up to them, the so-called geographical advantage would become a disadvantage. With a bang, a badly mutilated figure suddenly broke through the layers of barriers and broke out of the ground. In an instant, it turned into a black light and flew away without the slightest hesitation. High-rank Demon King. Han Jingqing's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. This demon race's army of 10,000 actually had a high-rank Demon King overseeing it. Just this one demon alone wasn't something they could deal with. It could be imagined that if they hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, not a single one of their 2,000 people would have survived. Ordinary demon race members had incomparably tenacious vitality, let alone a high-rank demon king. After taking the divine technique of the earth-covering wall clamp, although this demon had suffered heavy injuries, it didn't die and immediately escaped. He probably also knew that from the methods displayed by the enemy just now, if he didn't hurry and escape, he would definitely lose his life. His judgment wasn't bad, but how could he escape? Yang Kai only stretched out his hand and grabbed fiercely. When he retracted his hand, there was already a figure wrapped in black qi in his hand. That iron-like hand was strangling the Demon King's neck, making it impossible for the other party to escape. Strange sounds came from his throat. Han Zhengqing didn't clearly see how Yang Kai had captured the other party. He only vaguely saw that when Yang Kai stretched out his hand, his entire arm seemed to be in a trance for a moment, merging into the void. The Demon King, who was clearly 100 zhang away, was inexplicably caught in front of him. Spatial divine technique. It was definitely the spatial divine technique. He Qing was afraid that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. But when the Demon King was captured, Han Zhengqing discovered that the other party was a shadow demon. No wonder he couldn't sense it before. Shadow demons were most proficient in assassination, so they were naturally proficient in concealment techniques. With Yang Kai tightly gripping his neck and raising it high, the shadow demon struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. When the demon Yuan surged, the shadow demon's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fatty. With a boom, the shadow demon directly exploded. Bits and pieces of its body flew in all directions. Han Zhengqing and the others were caught off guard and were drenched in blood. On the other hand, Yang Kai had long since been on guard. With the demon Yuan protecting his body, nothing happened to him. At the same time, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the closed wall blade slowly separated to two sides. The churning earth also slowly calmed down. First, the nauseating smell of blood rushed into everyone's nostrils, followed by a hellish scene imprinted in their eyes. There was no demon race in front of them. Apart from the shadow demon that broke through the barrier and escaped but was captured and killed by Yang Kai, the rest of the demon race had all been squeezed into a pile of rotten meat. 90% of the demon race's original body couldn't be seen. They were all fused together and couldn't be separated. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of tens of thousands of demons were strewn everywhere. Occasionally, a few faint moans could be heard. It was the sound of a few demon kings that hadn't died completely. The 2,000 humans stared blankly ahead. For a moment, there was complete silence. Many people's mouths were opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Their eyes constantly moved between Yang Kai and the terrifying scene in front of them. The more they looked, the more incredulous they became. Han Zhengqing was a bit embarrassed, because they hadn't done anything. The 10,000 demon race that had been lying in ambush had been completely annihilated. From beginning to end, Yang Kai seemed to have only casually used a few divine technique. Wiping the blood from his face, Han Zhengqing walked forward and waved the sword in his hand a few times, cutting up the corpses of the demon race that hadn't died completely. When he moved, everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly checked to see if there was a demon race that was pretending to be dead. They also collected the spoils of war. After a cup of tea's worth of time, everything was ready and the 2,000 people set off again. The canyon was very long, about 300 li or so. When night fell, the group of people walked out of the canyon. When they saw the light of day again, the atmosphere of the group was clearly much more excited. This was because after passing through the canyon, they would arrive at the Bingtian army's encampment after another 3,000 li. 3,000 li was a relatively safe distance. Very few demon race would wander around here, unless they were extremely unlucky and encountered a demon king that could conceal itself. Yang Kai stopped and looked at Han Zhengqing. I will send you off to this point. There is no demon race blocking the way ahead. Everyone, have a safe journey. Han Zhengqing bowed and said, many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Fan Xian and the others, saying, pay attention and protect yourselves. On the battlefield, life and death could be decided in an instant. Even false emperors and half-saint realm cultivators had fallen, let alone Fan Xian and the others. In the War of Two Realms, how many families had been destroyed? How many wives and children had been separated? Only by taking care of themselves could they have a chance of survival. Fan Xian and the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley nodded heavily. Yang Kai turned around, took a step forward, and his figure suddenly became ethereal, disappearing without a trace. After he left, Han Zhangqing called out and led the 2,000 people back to the encampment. Since Yang Kai said that there was no demon race blocking the way ahead, it was definitely safe. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time resting. They just needed to rush back to the encampment in one breath. Yang Kai had communicated with Li Wuyi's space spirit bead and teleported away, so he naturally appeared next to Li Wuyi. Inside a spacious hall, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He immediately saw Li Wuyi standing next to him and grinned. Just as he was about to greet him, he suddenly sensed something and his expression froze as he raised his head. To his left and right sat 4 people, both men and women, but all of their auras were deep and profound. 4 terrifying auras pressed down on him like 4 mountains, causing Kai Yang to be unable to breathe. His chest felt stuffy, and all of his bones began to creak and groan. Not only that, Kai Yang clearly felt that there was an aura within his body that was resonating with the auras of these 4 people. It was as if they were resonating with each other, making him more and more aware of the terrifying strength of these 4 people and his own shortcomings. Not daring to neglect, Kai Yang hurriedly bowed and said, "This little one, Kai Yang, greets all the honored guests." The 2 on the left were the majestic Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, and the unpredictable Flower Shadow Great Emperors, Hua Linglong. The 2 on the right were the Deep Sea Serene Soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, and the rough and unrestrained martial beast, Mo Huang. In addition to the missing Great Emperors of the secular world, the dead Bright Moon Great Emperors, and the traitorous Night Shadow Great Emperors, 4 of the 7 Great Emperors of the Star Boundary were here. And from the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for him. Yang Kai's blood was boiling, not because of the pressure, but because after so many years, he finally felt like a wanderer returning home. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he saw these great emperors, but today, he felt incomparably close to them, as if they were his family. Thinking about the aura that resonated with these 4, how could Yang Kai not know that it was because of the great emperor's luck? If one wanted to become a great emperor, they had to obtain the recognition of the Star Boundary. Mingyu's part of the Star Boundary's recognition had been transferred to him, so he naturally felt a sense of closeness with the other great emperors. He had such a feeling and thought that the great emperors would feel the same way. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking, there was no response at all after waiting for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He wanted to look up, but he didn't want to be rude. However, he could clearly feel that the 4 great emperors were looking at him with sharp gazes. He quietly turned his head and glanced at Li Wuyi, only to see that guy standing there with his hands crossed in front of his stomach. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. What's going on? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. At this time, a low shout suddenly sounded, "How dare you, Yang Kai? Do you admit your crime?" The shout came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor on his left. The angry shout made Yang Kai feel dizzy. His ears buzzed, and he almost fell to the ground. Killing a high-ranked demon king was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He could even fight a half-saint, but in front of the great emperors, he was as weak as a child. Fortunately, he was quite strong now, so he barely managed to stand up straight. He looked up at the Iron Blood Great Emperor and was about to question him, but he swallowed his words and lowered his head. This junior admits his crime. Hua Linglong blinked her eyes. Yao Jun grinned silently. Mo Huang rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek. Zhan Wuhen was also stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely have other excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit his crimes so quickly. He couldn't continue the words he had prepared. After a moment of silence, the Iron Blood Great Emperor asked in a low voice, what is your crime? Yang Kai whispered, Master Bright Moon died at my hands. Although his voice was soft, anyone could hear the sadness in his words. When he spoke, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At least you know your place. Zhang Wuhen snorted and continued to shout majestically, Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the astral boundary. In order to save us, he used himself as bait and fell into the demon's territory and was imprisoned. Why did we let you become the demon race's territory? To save Master Bright Moon. How can you guarantee that? We will definitely bring Master Bright Moon back. And the result? Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Kai was truly speechless. Originally, he had gone to save Mingyu, but not only had he failed to do so, Mingyu had even died at his own hands. Although there were some reasons for this, every time Yang Kai recalled that scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Chapter 3608. Since you know your crime, how can you return to the astral world? Zhang Wuhen's tone was aggressive, and he didn't give Yang Kai any face. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, I have the opportunity of the great emperors. I was ordered by the Master of Bright Moon to return. Well said. Zhang Wuhen snorted, do you think I won't punish you? Yang Kai said respectfully, I accept the punishment. What if I want to kill you? Zhang Wuhen's eyes were like swords, full of killing intent. Yang Kai thought for a while, then raised his head and looked into Zhang Wuhen's eyes. He said firmly, no matter what, I killed the Master of Bright Moon. If the Master wants to take back the opportunity of the great emperors, I have nothing to say. But if the Master wants to take my life, although I can't defeat the Master, I won't stand still. Li Wui turned his head and glanced at him, and he secretly clicked his tongue. He thought that if he was in Yang Kai's position, he wouldn't have the guts to say such words. Zhang Wuhen also sneered, you still want to resist? Do you think you can? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, everything depends on the person. I don't want to die, and I can't die. There were so many relatives waiting for him in the High Heaven Palace, how could he die? Zhang Wuhen was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Hua Linglong. The voice of the great emperors was pleasant, and it was a sharp contrast to Zhang Wuhen's iron blood. Tell me about your experience in the demon territory, especially about Bright Moon. Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, back then, I and Yu Ru Meng were chased by Senior Li, and we fled to the demon territory. Our journey was smooth, and we successfully reached the depths of the demon territory. It was only a matter of a few years, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to recall. He reported his experience in the past few years in detail. There were many continents in the demon territory, and the great emperors knew about the existence of realm gates. After all, several great emperors had joined forces and killed their way into the demon territory. Even if they didn't know the specific situation, they still had some understanding of the many continents and realm gates. However, they didn't know about the other side of the territory. What Yang Kai now had was exactly what they lacked information. When they heard that there were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, and that there were 12 demon saint, the 4 great emperors' expressions turned cold. Not to mention how many demon race citizens were in those hundreds of continents, just the number of the 12 demon saint was too many. There were only 10 great emperors in the astral boundary, and if they subtracted the missing great emperors in the secular world, the already dead Bright Moon great emperors, and the traitor Night Shadow, there were only 7 great emperors left. In terms of the number of peak combatants, the astral boundary was far inferior to the demon territory, and the difference was almost 2 times. Once the great emperors fought against the demon saint, they would definitely suffer a great loss. When they heard that Yu Ru Meng was actually one of the 12 demon saint, the great emperors were even more surprised. Back then, Yu Ru Meng had always been by Yang Kai's side and appeared in the vision of several great emperors. She even transformed into Li Shiqing and communicated with the great emperors. However, whether it was Zhang Wuhen or Hua Linglong, they didn't see any flaws. They didn't even notice the demon saint aura on her. Now that they thought about it, it was simply unbelievable. However, after learning that Yu Ru Meng was the master of the succubus demon, the great emperors were relieved. The succubus demon had always been proficient in the power of the soul and was good at charming people. It wasn't strange that Yu Ru Meng could do this. In terms of soul cultivation, even the great emperors of the serene soul might not be able to compare with her. The existence of the nest of 10,000 demons and the myriad demon pill made the great emperors frown. In the past few years, the great emperors had been at war with the demon race. The number of demon kings on the demon race's side was truly terrifying. They originally couldn't figure out why, but now they understood. The number of demon kings was large because the population of the demon race was huge. Hundreds of continents could gather almost 100,000 demon kings. What a terrifying number this was. The second reason should be because of the myriad demon pill. This thing was unique to the demon territory. Although the nest of 10,000 demons absorbed the vitality of the entire demon race, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the demon race after consuming it. When they heard that Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour many shattered continents in the territory of the demon race, the great emperors were all shocked. They could shatter the continents in the territory of the demon race, but they definitely couldn't devour them. Yang Kai's strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but this method of his made them extremely shocked. He talked about the battle of eternal heaven, the 12 citadel great demon formation, Bright Moon's desperate struggle, and how she had blinded her own senses and killed herself under her own fist. The hall was silent for a while, the atmosphere solemn. They had been friends for tens of thousands of years, and they were used to each other's existence. Suddenly, one of them passed away one day. Even though the great emperors were calm people, they couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Kai talked about it in detail. They felt as if they were in the hot-blooded heroism of Bright Moon fighting against the 12 demon saint by herself. It was as if they had personally witnessed the tragedy of that battle and the scene of Bright Moon being injured. It was fascinating. They hated that they couldn't fight side by side with her. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "This is what happened." Hua Linglong nodded. "It's been hard on you." During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, not only were there the 12 demon saint, there were also hundreds of half-saint. Even under the watchful eyes of so many experts, Yang Kai still managed to exchange the opportunity of the great emperors with Bright Moon. How could ordinary people compare to the great emperors? What happened after that? Mo Huang asked. How did you escape the pursuit after you obtained Bright Moon's opportunity? Although Yang Kai didn't say it, anyone could imagine the desperate situation Yang Kai was in. Obtaining the opportunity of the great emperors wasn't a lucky thing, but the beginning of his life. The demon race definitely wouldn't let him take away the opportunity of the great emperors. It's all thanks to you, Rumeng. Yang Kai answered seriously. She helped me pin down a few demon saint, and I happened to be proficient in the art of space and escape, so I was lucky enough to escape. He didn't say it explicitly because compared to Bright Moon's selfless sacrifice, his escape was nothing. Yao Jun said, if that's true, the demon territory won't let you go no matter what. How did you return to the star realm? Is there something else going on? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After I escaped from the Eternal Heaven continent, I was seriously injured, but because of the opportunity of the great emperors, I sensed something and felt the signs of a breakthrough. I wanted to escape to the star realm in one go, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by Kenyi all year round. If I went there, I would be walking into a trap. Plus, I was about to break through, so I could only escape to the Cloud Shadow continent. Under the protection of his avatar, he escaped deep underground. The vision caused by breaking through the three-layer Emperor realm attracted Bei Li Mo, so he used Xian Bing's profound nether needle to pin down Bei Li Mo and create space for himself to escape. Who knew that Xian Bing would use it to create a coincidence? Wait. Hearing this, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Are you saying that you planted a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea? Not only him, but the 4 great emperors also stared at him with wide eyes. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't know what planting a divine soul brand meant, but because they knew, they were surprised. Li Wuyi was even more dumbfounded. He silently calculated in his mind. A demon saint was comparable to the great emperors, so Yang Kai planting a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea was equivalent to planting a divine soul brand in the great emperor's knowledge sea. It was equivalent to controlling the life and death of a demon saint. In other words, it was equivalent to having a demon saint or great emperors as a subordinate. This brat was only a 3-layer emperor realm cultivator. He wasn't even a fake emperor. Even Li Wuyi, who had always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, it can't be considered my ability. The main thing is that Xian Bing is vicious and came up with this idea of harming others without benefiting herself. This brat just took advantage of the situation and reaped the benefits in the end. The 4 great emperors looked at each other. Their divine consciousnesses suddenly fluctuated. Clearly, they were communicating with each other. After a short while, Hua Qingxi frowned and said, although your cultivation has improved, you are still only a 3-layer emperor realm cultivator. Even if you really planted a soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control her life and death, right? Yang Kai nodded. Master Huaing is right. My cultivation is far inferior to Bei Li Mo's, so the soul brand really can't control her life and death. It can even be said that if she focused on breaking it, it wouldn't take long for her to break the soul brand and free herself from the shackles. Yang Kai paused for a moment before continuing, but she probably won't have that opportunity now. What do you mean? Zhan Wuhen raised his brow. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, forgive me for my lack of manners. As soon as these words fell, his divine sense fiercely surged out like a tidal wave and swept out in all directions, but it was withdrawn in an instant. However, this brief moment was enough to make the 4 great emperors' eyes light up, and Li Wuyi even showed a look of extreme shock. Of everyone present, apart from Yang Kai, the weakest was a false emperor, so naturally, their perception was extremely strong, so even though Yang Kai had only released his divine sense and then withdrawn it, everyone could still feel the strength of his divine sense. This was a divine sense cultivation that was only below the great emperors, but above all false emperors. This kind of divine sense would generally only appear in the top false emperors, and these false emperors had to be proficient in soul cultivation. But now, the one who had activated this soul power was just a 3-layer emperor realm cultivator who had recently broken through. Li Wuyi's heart was filled with shock. Compared to Yang Kai's claim that he had planted a soul brand in a demon saint's mind, what he saw this time was even more unbelievable. Although subduing a demon saint was amazing, it was not a big deal. After all, it was just an external force, and this external force was unstable, so there was a risk of backlash. However, this soul cultivation was one's own foundation, so it was a solid foundation. In comparison, if it were Li Wuyi, he would rather choose the latter. At this moment, how could the 4 great emperors not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? The strength of a soul brand was directly related to one's soul cultivation. The stronger one's soul cultivation was, the stronger the brand would be. Chapter 3609. Yang Kai had such a terrifying soul cultivation. Although it was still a bit weaker than the demon saint and the great emperors, it was enough to control Bei Li Mo. Perhaps Bei Li Mo would still be able to crack the soul brand after a long period of time, but Yang Kai wasn't dead, so how could he give her such an opportunity? That was why Yang Kai said that Bei Li Mo no longer had such an opportunity. Hua Linglong was puzzled, but how can you have such powerful spiritual energy? There were many people in the star boundary whose soul cultivation was stronger than their own cultivation. The most typical example was Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Because of the Divine Ascension Mirror, the souls of the elites in Azure Sun Temple were slightly stronger than their cultivation, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for them to be as terrifying as Yang Kai's. This was already illogical. Unless there was some kind of great fortune or opportunity, originally, Hua Linglong shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what kind of fortune or opportunity Yang Kai had, it was his own business, but she couldn't help but be curious and also wanted to ask if this matter had anything to do with Mingyu, who had already passed away. Who knew that after asking this question, Yang Kai would reveal an embarrassed expression? The great emperors of Hua Ying were very understanding and smiled. If it's inconvenient, there's no need to ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai sniffled and said, I've already performed the ceremony of husband and wife with Yu Ru Meng, so I've obtained her primordial yin soul power. She's a succubus demon, so she cultivates spiritual energy, which is why my soul cultivation has soared. Ah. Hua Linglong was quite surprised and stared blankly at Yang Kai. Then Yu Ru Meng, she wanted to ask why Yu Ru Meng, one of the 12 demon saint, was willing to give herself to Yang Kai. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two of them. One was from the human race while the other was from the demon race. They were from different races, not to mention that the battle in the demon territory of the astral boundary was still raging. But when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, her cheeks flushed. What about the heart seal secret technique? Hua Linglong didn't know how to ask, but Yao Jun wasn't so thick-skinned. They were both old monsters who had lived for so many years. There was nothing to be embarrassed about talking about between husband and wife. Previously, Yang Kai had told them that Yu Ru Meng had used the heart seal secret technique on him, which was why Yao Jun had this guess. Maybe that's part of the reason, Yang Kai nodded, but when I asked her to undo the heart seal secret technique, she didn't. Yao Jun nodded. Since she had a choice but didn't do it, it meant that Yu Ru Meng had fallen in love with him. Otherwise, why would a demon saint do such a thing? On the side, Li Wui could no longer maintain his calm expression. He kept turning his head to stare at Yang Kai, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint's mind, and his divine soul cultivation had skyrocketed. He had even performed the marriage ceremony with a female demon saint. Originally, he was quite worried that Yang Kai would encounter any danger in the demon territory. But now, it seemed that there was danger, but more importantly, there was something wonderful that others couldn't imagine. If an ordinary person were to achieve any one of these miracles, it would be a blessing to their ancestors, but Yang Kai had achieved all of them. So, you can now control the wishes of 2 demon saint? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a little excitement. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of demon saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Yang Kai had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint, and the demon saint had the closest relationship with him. These 2 demon saints were equivalent to standing on Yang Kai's worship. This cut off the power of 2 demon saints in the demon territory. It's not 2, it's 3. Yang Kai looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows and said, besides Bei Li Mo and Yu Ru Meng, which other demon saint is there? Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, could it be that feather demon hibiscus? From Yang Kai's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Yang Kai had subdued Bei Li Mo and Yu Ru Meng, so it didn't matter if there was one more hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, so how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not hibiscus. Yang Kai shook his head, that one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hua Linglong was confused, then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the Demon Dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Kai explained, if we calculate, this person's weight in the demon territory is equivalent to the Great Elder, second elder of the Dragon Island. With that said, the Great Emperors immediately understood. On the Dragon Island, the Great Elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun were not Great Emperors, but they were the leaders of the Holy Spirits. They were rank 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of Great Emperors. There were Holy Spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no Holy Spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the Great Elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhang Wuhen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the Demon Dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. In the end, he took over a piece of the 100 Spirit continent and hid in a corner. However, Chang Tian doesn't have much time left. He is worried that the 100 Spirit continent will be oppressed and enslaved by the demon saint after he dies. Coincidentally, this brat also has the bloodline of the dragon race. When we first met, Chang Tian was very happy and confided in me. He wanted to train this brat to be his successor in the future. That's why we have this relationship. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, this brat has already used the sealed world bead to devour the 100 Spirit continent. Chang Tian has no way out. Not only the 100 Spirit continent, but all the continents under Yu Ru Meng and Bai Li Mo's control have also been devoured. When this brat returned, he sealed the 13 realm gates at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. As a result, the connection between the astral realm and the demon territory has been temporarily cut off. You cut off the connection between the demon territory and the astral realm? Hua Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Good. Mo Huang suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement. Yao Jun and Zhan Wuhen's eyes also lit up. Li Wui nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the demon race's army has been retreating for the past few days. So this is the reason. He spent most of his time in the Seven Mist Sea's strategic location and collected all the information on the two-realm battlefield. No one knew the movements of the demon race's army better than him. A few days ago, he discovered this strange thing. The valiant and bloodthirsty demon race army that had always advanced without retreating had strangely started retreating. Originally, he didn't understand what was going on in the demon territory. He even sent some people out to gather information to see if this was the demon race's scheme. Now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he understood everything. In the war between the two worlds, the human race and the demon race had both suffered casualties over the past few years. Although the demon race's casualties were more serious, the situation was very unfavorable for the human race. The reason for this was that the demon race could constantly replenish their forces. It was as if they couldn't kill them all. Now, the connection between the two worlds had been cut off. In other words, the demon territory could no longer replenish their lost forces. As long as there was enough time, Li Wui was confident that he could completely devour the remaining demon territory in the astral plane. He was even considering mobilizing his army to encircle and annihilate the demon race. This was undoubtedly the best time for the astral plane to counterattack. Otherwise, once the demon race's army regrouped, there would only be countless more casualties if they tried to take them down. Zhan Wuhen's fingers lightly tapped on the back of his chair as he said methodically, "You've devoured the territories of the three demon saint and cut off the connection between the two worlds. This is equivalent to completely cutting off their path of retreat. So, whether they're willing or not, they can only follow you to the end? That should be the case." Yang Kai nodded. Right, those three have already followed me to the astral plane. If the master is interested, I can recommend them. Mo Huang chuckled when he heard this. Hua Linglong picked up the cup of flower tea beside her and took a sip gently, the corners of her eyes curving up slightly. Yang Kai was puzzled. He felt that the reactions of the great emperors were a little strange. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the master has already met them? Zhang Wuhen coldly snorted. The three demon saints suddenly came to the astral plane. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be great emperors. When Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others to the astral plane, the great emperors had already noticed. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhang Wuhen, joined forces with the great emperors of Serene Soul and Martial Beast to investigate the situation. At that time, Yang Kai was still recuperating in the small sealed world. However, Chang Tian and the others didn't do anything out of the ordinary at that time, so Zhang Wuhen and the others didn't show up easily. They just hid in the distance and quietly investigated. In terms of strength, the great emperors and the demon saint were on par, but in the astral plane, the great emperors who were recognized by the astral plane's heavens and earth undoubtedly had an advantage. Even Yu Rumeng, who had the strongest spiritual energy, didn't notice it. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai suddenly emerged from the small sealed world, which surprised Zhang Wuhen and the others. Then, Yang Kai left a large number of elites from the demon race and said goodbye to Yu Rumeng and the others. Zhang Wuhen and the others went to meet the demon saint. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, but it wasn't peaceful either. At that time, it was Yu Rumeng who spoke, so Zhang Wuhen and the others didn't know that Chang Tian wasn't one of the 12 demon saint. Yu Rumeng explained the cause and effect of them coming to the astral plane with Yang Kai, and also put forward her own demands. However, this was only her one-sided story, so how could Zhang Wuhen and the others believe it? This led to the joint hearing of the four great emperors in the hall this time. Chapter 36:10. They didn't tell Yang Kai in advance because they wanted to see if his words were true. After all, Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for several years, so anything could happen. If he was brainwashed by the demon race, wouldn't it be a headache to deal with the astral boundary? Now that they compared what Yang Kai said with what Yu Rumeng said before, there was nothing wrong with it, so the great emperors were relieved. However, when the great emperors met with Yu Rumeng and the others, they didn't know that the passage between the two worlds had been cut off and sealed. Yu Rumeng was not a fool. The great emperors of the astral boundary were not clear yet, so how could she tell them such a secret? She only learned about it from Yang Kai just now. Yu Rumeng said that they want to gather the demon race in the astral boundary and promise not to be enemies with the astral boundary. What do you think about this? Zhang Wuhen asked again, sitting on the throne. Yang Kai said, just as this brat said before, the three who came with me to the astral boundary, whether active or passive, are all under this brat's control, so I think this is feasible. Zhang Wuhen said, the war between the two worlds has been going on for several years, and the demon race has killed countless people of the human race. Now there is a great opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, but you want to save them? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Saving the demon race is to save the human race. Although the passage between the two worlds has been cut off, there are still many demon race in the astral boundary. Even if the astral boundary has the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, we will definitely have to pay a great price. So this brat thinks that it would be best if we could stop here. Zhang Wuhen lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. The other great emperors also didn't comment. Yang Kai continued, the demon race invaded the astral world for two reasons. First, it was their nature, and second, they were forced to do so. The future of the demon race's territory is unknown. For thousands of years, many world paths have collapsed, and the continents have disappeared. The neighboring astral world has become their target. They want to occupy this place, which is why there is this war between the two worlds. There are only two possible outcomes for such a clash between two worlds. One side will be completely annihilated, or both sides will suffer. No matter what the outcome is, the astral boundary will not have it easy. Mo Huang said in a low voice, if it's as you say, then we shouldn't let the demon race in the star boundary go. Although you've sealed the connection between the two worlds, I'm afraid you can't guarantee that it will remain like this forever, right? When the seal is broken one day, the army of the demon race will come again. Who can guarantee that the demon race you let off today won't turn against you again? The might of the demon saint is difficult for this brat to predict. Maybe it will take a few months, or maybe it will take a few years. They have their own methods to break the seal, so the seal won't remain forever. Yang Kai said with assurance, but since we found the root cause of the demon race's invasion, then we can find the right remedy for the problem. How do we find the right remedy? Hua Linglong asked. After leading the conversation to this point step by step, Yang Kai finally had the opportunity to say his purpose. Since the demon race invaded the astral world for their own survival, then this brat will give them a place to live. The reason why Chang Tian was convinced by this brat is because of this. That sealed world bead of yours? Hua Linglong raised her beautiful eyebrows. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. The sealed world bead has already devoured more than 100 complete continents, and all the continents devoured by the sealed world bead can be merged again. If the sealed world bead can devour the entire demon territory, then it will inevitably give birth to a second demon territory. At that time, the demon race will naturally have another way out. At that time, why would the demon race fight to the death with the astral world? Is your sealed world bead really that magical? Mo Huang looked surprised. Yang Kai grinned. Master, if you want, you can go in and take a look. Mo Huang pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's good too. As he spoke, he stood up. When he moved, he was still sitting on the chair, but when he stood up, he was already in front of Yang Kai. Not only him, but also Zhan Wuhen, Yao Jun, and Hua Linglong, one after another, stood in front of Yang Kai silently. As great emperors, they had seen countless rare treasures. It could be said that in this world, except for a few legendary existences, there were very few things that could attract their attention, but the sealed world bead that could devour and merge continents was definitely one of them. Before this, they had never thought that such a magical thing existed in this world. Master, please don't resist. Yang Kai said as he urged his demonic qi to envelop the four of them. With a thought, he put them into the sealed world bead. Just as he was about to follow in, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Li Wuyi sighed, don't ignore me, I'm still here. I'll go in and take a look too. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and put Li Wuyi into the sealed world bead as well. When Yang Kai appeared in the sealed world bead, Mo Huang and the others looked around in surprise. Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, frowned. Where's Hua Ying? Hua Linglong was not here, which made him a little puzzled. He did not understand what Yang Kai was doing. Master went to another place when I sent the flowers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him, causing a ripple to appear. The void was like a mirror, reflecting an image of an unknown location. In the image, outside a stilted house, Hua Linglong's graceful figure was kneeling in front of another young woman, kowtowing to her. When she raised her head, her face was covered in tears. The great emperors recognized at a glance that the young woman kneeling on the ground was Hua Linglong's legacy disciple, Li Shiqing. Little Shiqing is here? Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. I found her not long after I went to the demon territory. Yu Rumeng sent her to her territory and then disguised herself as Li Shiqing to get close to me. Mo Huang nodded. It's good that she's safe. Over the years, there had been no news of Li Shiqing. Although Hua Linglong was one of the great emperors, she had only accepted one disciple, Li Shiqing. She treated Li Shiqing as her own daughter. Hua Linglong was naturally worried about her sudden disappearance, but as great emperors, she did not show her worry on her face, so others could not see it. But Mo Huang and the others knew her worries. Now that Yang Kai had brought Li Shiqing back, Hua Linglong had one less worry. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the illusory mirror shattered. The scene outside the stilted house no longer existed. He cast the illusion just to explain Hua Linglong's whereabouts. Now that he had explained it clearly, there was no need to pry into the privacy of the master and disciple. Zhan Wuhen waved his fist a few times, then frowned and said with a displeased look, "Trash." He commented without any trace of politeness, then put his hands behind his back and looked around, disdainful of this land. The trash he mentioned was not targeted at anyone, but at this world. The great emperors discovered as soon as they came in that the world principles of this world were slightly weaker than those of the star boundary. This caused them to be shackled by invisible shackles all the time. This kind of restraint made them feel uncomfortable. With the demon king here, the world's shackles prevented them from using too much power, but they could not restrain the great emperors. If Zhang Wuhen and the others were allowed to use their full strength, the world's shackles would collapse, and even this small sealed world would be shattered. Master is right, it's just that this place used to be even more trashy. Yang Kai was not annoyed, instead, he agreed with Zhang Wuhen's comment. Zhang Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. "You mean to say that the world principles of this world can be improved?" Yang Kai smiled. "If not, how could this little brat dare to say that he would give the demon race a second demon territory? Whether it is the star boundary or the demon territory, they are all similar worlds. At the very least, the world principles of these two worlds are almost the same, so the star boundary has the great emperors, and the demon territory has the demon saint. If you want the demon race to move in obediently, there must be another demon territory. How can it be improved?" Zhang Wuhen's interest was piqued. Right now, this world was trash in his eyes, but if it could be improved, then the future was not impossible to look forward to. "Swallow, fuse." Yang Kai said concisely. "This little brat said before that as long as we can swallow the entire demon territory and integrate the world principles of the entire demon territory, this place will definitely become a second demon territory. Unfortunately, the demon saint in the demon territory has taken over the place. If we don't deal with the demon saint, this little brat won't be able to swallow their territory." Zhang Wuhen sneered. "In the end, we still have to fight." Yang Kai shook his head. "Of course we have to fight, but we only need to capture the leader of the bandits." Zhang Wuhen said no more. In fact, how could he not know that Yang Kai was right? If there were no accidents in the war between the two worlds, then it would be a fight to the death. No matter which side won, they would have to pay a huge price. However, if Yang Kai's method worked, then both the demon race and the human race would have a chance to breathe. As he said before, saving the demon race was for the sake of saving the human race. What do you think? Mo Huang turned to look at Li Wuyi. Among everyone present, besides Yang Kai, only Li Wuyi was proficient in the space principles. He was the best person to ask about this. "Incredible!" Li Wuyi exclaimed in amazement. With a flip of his hand, he took out an object and held it in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the object and saw that it was a small and exquisite rockery. It was only the size of a palm and was shaped like a dragon. The rockery was verdant and lush, and an inexplicable fragrance of flowers lingered at the tip of his nose. There were even sounds of insects and birds chirping in his ears. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he took a closer look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What Li Wuyi was holding in his hand was not a rockery, but a real mountain. Every blade of grass and tree on the mountain had shrunk countless times. Even the wild beasts and birds in the forest had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. If Yang Kai hadn't focused his vision, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. "Senior, this is..." Yang Kai licked his lips, showing the excitement of seeing a novel treasure. Li Wuyi smiled faintly. "Wooding Mountain." It was originally located in the northern part of the Eastern Territory. It was 780 feet high and 3,000 kilometers long, with more than 300 peaks of various sizes. After I became a pseudo-emperor, I spent 20 years refining it into its current form. As he spoke, he looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Of course, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. How could he not go in and take a look at such a novel thing? Chapter 36:11. Li Wuyi didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before his body turned upside down and he appeared in a large mountain. A tiger's roar rang out as a white-furred tiger smelled the scent of a stranger nearby and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his palm and placed it on its big head. The white-furred tiger immediately withdrew its ferocious appearance and revealed a look of horror. It took a few steps back and whimpered before turning around to flee. This white-furred tiger wasn't a monster beast, just a strange beast, but it also had the instincts of a beast and knew that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly fled for its life. Yang Kai looked around and saw towering trees, colorful poisonous snakes slithering between the rocky peaks, and the nearby springs. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw several huge figures standing in the sky like gods. It was Mo Huang, Yao Jun, Zhang Wuhen, and the others. Li Wuyi's huge face that covered half the sky was looking at him with a smile. It wasn't that they had become bigger, but that he had become smaller. The 7,800-meter-tall, 3,000-kilometer-long boundless mountain had been refined into a palm-sized object by Li Wuyi. After entering it, Yang Kai was affected by the space principles and his figure changed accordingly. In Li Wuyi's eyes, Yang Kai was probably no bigger than a speck of dust. This boundless mountain was similar to his sealed world bead. It could even be said that the two were exactly the same to a certain extent. Both were small worlds, but the sealed world bead was sealed, so the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside, and the situation outside couldn't be seen from the inside unless Yang Kai used some kind of technique. Although Boundless Mountain was also a small world, it was closely connected to the star boundary. From this point of view, Boundless Mountain was far less independent than the sealed world bead. As early as when he broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that with his attainments in space principles at that time, he should also be able to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead, but he had been too busy to experiment. He hadn't expected that Li Wuyi had already put his thoughts into action. Unbounded Mountain was the embodiment and crystallization of his spatial laws. After witnessing the wonders of Wooding Mountain, Yang Kai was even more certain that he was right. He couldn't help but feel a little excited because he really did have to refine some treasures like the sealed world bead or indefinite mountain. After entering the mountain and gaining some experience, Yang Kai waved to Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi understood and reached out to him again. The next moment, Yang Kai reappeared in the sealed world bead. Before Yang Kai could exclaim in admiration, Li Wuyi put on a puzzled look and asked, "Why would you want this world to devour the continents in the demon territory? How can you do that?" It was precisely because he had refined Indefinite Mountain that Li Wuyi couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Indefinite Mountain and the sealed world bead were the same type of existence. If the sealed world bead could do it, so could Indefinite Mountain. Conversely, if Indefinite Mountain couldn't do it, neither could the sealed world bead. But in fact, the sealed world bead really could do what Indefinite Mountain couldn't. Devour and fuse? Li Wuyi didn't even think about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with someone in the lower star territory. At that time, that guy was devouring my star territory, so I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. As for how I did it." After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said in a solemn voice, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." The three great emperors turned their heads in unison. Mo Huang said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't tell us that you've really cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to attack Yang Kai in Roaring Tiger City. He put on a big show and forced Yang Kai to become the demon race and betray the astral world. However, at that time, Zhang Wuhen's entry point was that his Dharmakaya had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This was completely different from Yang Kai's own cultivation. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique has unfathomable power and unparalleled evil power. How would I dare to cultivate it? The one who cultivated this technique is my Dharmakaya. My Dharmakaya has a special physique and was born from the stone mongoose. This technique complements it perfectly. My Dharmakaya is proficient in the essence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, so naturally, my Dharmakaya is also proficient in it. Using the sealed world bead as a medium, he can perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The sealed world bead has the ability to devour and fuse. Yang Kai's words were clear, and everyone heard it clearly and understood it clearly. However, the key point was that no one could understand it. Why did the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and the sealed world bead work together so perfectly? Perhaps even Wukong, the creator of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, could not explain it clearly. Li Wuyi shook his head and laughed. If that's the case, then I'm afraid there's nothing to expect from my indefinite mountain. Originally, he thought that if it was possible, he could refine the indefinite mountain again. Now that he knew that there was a shadow of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique in it, what else could he do? Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. On the contrary, Yang Kai looked at the indefinite mountain in his hand with shining eyes, like a glutton seeing a delicious meal, or a pervert seeing a beauty. How big is this territory? Zhang Wuhen asked. This territory is as big as the mainland of the demon territory that was devoured, Yang Kai replied respectfully. Zhang Wuhen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, if the demon race migrates here, can you restrain them? Yang Kai grinned, I am the master of this place, life and death are only in my hands. After a pause, he added, under the demon saint. Judging from the world principles in this newly expanded territory of the small sealed world, this was indeed the case. However, if he could devour the entire demon territory and completely perfect the world principles, the situation may be different. Half an hour later, a group of people came out of the small sealed world. The Flower Shadow Great Emperors and Li Shiqing were also sent out by Yang Kai. It was worth mentioning that after Li Shiqing came out, she specifically thanked Yang Kai, but her expression was slightly complicated. That day, she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai without understanding the situation. Although she learned the truth later, it was a fact that Mingyu died at the hands of Yang Kai. She herself did not know how to face Yang Kai. First of all, in the demon territory, only the two of them were from the human race, and second, as a human from the star boundary, she could not ignore the enmity of killing Mingyu. Just now, she had talked with her honored master for a long time to untie the knot in her heart. It was not until now that she learned that when Mingyu fell into the demon territory, the great emperors were already mentally prepared for his fall. They had asked Yang Kai to go to the demon territory and save him if possible, but if he could not, they had to find a way to meet Mingyu. They believed that Mingyu would understand their intentions. In the end, this was indeed the case. When he was about to die, Mingyu transferred the recognition of the star boundary to Yang Kai, giving him a huge opportunity. As for what happened to Yang Kai after obtaining this opportunity, Mingyu did not care so much. It could even be said that before he died, he felt guilty towards Yang Kai. Because it was very likely that Yang Kai would be buried with him. Even if he understood this, Mingyu had no choice but to do so. At that time, he could only entrust Yang Kai with his life and there was no one else. Master, the situation is like this. I wonder what the master's decision is? Yang Kai looked at the great emperors and asked. Zhang Wuhen said, Yu Ru Meng, you don't have to worry about Bai Liemo and Chang Tian. This king and the others will discuss with them. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this, thank you, master. Although Zhang Wuhen did not say it explicitly, since they were going to discuss, it meant that they basically agreed with Chang Tian and the others' proposal. Now, the demon race in the star boundary would be handed over to them as much as possible. They would no longer be enemies with the star boundary. When the time came to solve the mess in the star boundary, when they counterattacked the demon territory, they might become a powerful force. If Yang Kai could see this point, how could Zhang Wuhen and the others not see it? In any case, Chang Tian and the others were completely tied to Yang Kai. Their territories had also been devoured. They had no way out. Other than fully cooperating with Yang Kai's plan, there was no other choice. Mo Huang said, "You have to figure out your own matter first." Yang Kai heard this and bowed his head. "Please punish me, master." Mo Huang said, "You haven't said anything yet, and you're already punishing me?" Yang Kai said, "Isn't it about Master Ming Yu's matter?" Mo Huang slowly shook his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt an irresistible force dragging him in front of Mo Huang. The demon qi in his body instinctively surged, but he soon relaxed his vigilance. In front of the great emperors, even if he resisted, it would be useless. What's more, he believed that Mo Huang would not harm him. In the next moment, Mo Huang's big hand clasped his shoulder. At the same time, the other shoulder was also clasped, but it was Zhang Wuhen who put his hand on it. The two great emperors glanced at each other and activated their emperor qis. Kai Yang only felt that from both sides, there was a majestic yet gentle power flowing into his body. The two powers circled around his body once before quickly withdrawing. Zhang Wuhen and Mo Huang both frowned, showing a puzzled look. Only then did Yang Kai understand what they were referring to, the matter of him becoming the demon race. The two great emperors had joined forces to check the situation in his body. It was obvious that they were checking his body. He hurriedly said, "Master, please allow me to report this matter." He did not intend to hide it. Otherwise, he would not have activated his demon qi in front of the great emperors. "Don't be noisy." Zhang Wuhen glanced at him. Yang Kai obediently kept his mouth shut. At the same time, Mo Huang suddenly roared. As soon as the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai immediately heard the sound of thousands of beasts crashing. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and while he was distracted, two divine senses rushed into his knowledge sea at the same time. They came quickly and left quickly. By the time Yang Kai stabilized his mind, Mo Huang and Zhang Wuhen had already retracted their divine senses and looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "As the two masters saw, although I have demonic qi in my body and seem to have become the demon race, it is actually not a big deal." His knowledge sea was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so Mo Huang and Zhang Wuhen must have seen it. Chapter 36:12. The reaction of Zhang Wuhen and Mo Huang surprised the great emperors of Flower Shadow and Serene Soul. As great emperors, they naturally understood that Zhang Wuhen and Mo Huang must have seen something incredible. Otherwise, they wouldn't show such an expression. In addition, when the two's divine sense surged, how could Hua Linglong and Yao Jun not know that there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea? But what was so strange that it made the two so shocked? Although Hua Linglong was curious, she didn't ask. Instead, it was Yao Jun who asked, "What did you see?" His title was Serene Soul. Like Yu Rumeng, he was best at divine sense power. Since there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he naturally cared about it. Zhang Wuhen and Mo Huang didn't care about him. It didn't matter if they saw the soul-warming lotus, but if Yao Jun also knew the secret, he would have to study it carefully. With the dignity of the great emperors, he wouldn't do anything to steal it. But if he needed to borrow it for some time, would Yang Kai agree or not? So Zhang Wuhen and Mo Huang tacitly kept silent. Mo Huang even secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai, "Don't let Yao Jun see that thing. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind that he would never be alone with Yao Jun in the future. The matter in the demon territory was explained, and Yang Kai's return this time brought hope to the astral world that could end the war between the two realms. The sorrow caused by Ming Yu's death was diluted a lot. Zhang Wuhen said, "The connection between the two realms has been cut off. The three demon saints are also gathering the army of the demon race. It seems that the astral world will be peaceful for a while. But when the seal is broken, I'm afraid that the final battle between the two realms will begin. Yang Kai, you will be the main force in devouring and fusing many continents in the demon territory. So during this time, you have to recuperate. If you can make progress in your cultivation, that will be the best. If you can't, you have to improve your strength to protect yourself. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It just so happens that I have something to deal with. Saying so, he flipped his hand and took out a space spirit bead and held it up with both hands. Please accept this, master. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him and wordlessly stretched out his hand and took the space spirit bead. Immediately after, there were 2 light claps. It was Hua Linglong clapping her hands twice. After the crisp sound, a person walked in from outside. Yang Kai looked back and saw that the person was none other than Great Elder Lei Hong of Star Soul Palace. He had been waiting outside for a long time and only came in when he heard the summons. When their eyes met, Lei Hong nodded slightly to Yang Kai and walked straight to Yang Kai's side. He saluted the great emperors and then turned to look at Yang Kai. The hall was silent and no one spoke, but how could Yang Kai not know the purpose of Lei Hong's appearance here? He sighed softly and held out his hands. With a thought, the corpse of the great emperor's Mingyu appeared in front of him. Although Mingyu was dead, she had been placed in the medicine garden during this time and had been protected by a variety of exotic flowers and grasses. The hole in her chest and the tattered clothes had also been treated by Yang Kai, so from the outside, it was as if she was sleeping peacefully. The great emperors looked at him with sorrowful expressions. Lei Hong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. He said in a trembling voice, "Welcome back, great emperors." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised his hands. This wasn't a kneel to Yang Kai but to Mingyu's corpse, so Yang Kai couldn't return the gesture. He solemnly placed Mingyu's corpse in Lei Hong's hands. Yang Kai's voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, ah." Lei Hong slowly shook his head and took the corpse of the great emperors before standing up. Yang Kai said, "None of the things carried by the great emperors have been touched. I ask Elder Lei to carefully check them with the other elders after returning to the palace." Lei Hong nodded, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai blushed with shame as he shook his head with a wry smile and asked, "How is Her Highness?" "Not very good." Lei Hong smiled bitterly. The fall of the great emperors was a natural phenomenon and the star boundary mourned. Countless people sensed it, and as the daughter of the great emperors, Lan Sun naturally knew about it immediately and fainted on the spot. The masters of the emperor realm had no illness or disaster, but after that incident, Lan Sun fell seriously ill. Star Soul Palace had taken countless pills, but they still couldn't alleviate her symptoms. Even now, she was still recuperating in Star Soul Palace. However, Lei Hong couldn't explain too much to Yang Kai about this matter, so he simply said, "If Palace Master Yang has some free time, please come to Star Soul Palace, perhaps you can enlighten the princess." How could Yang Kai have the face to see Lan Sun again? Back in Heaven's secret valley, although he didn't give her a full guarantee, he was her only hope. Now that he had failed her, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling guilty. But no matter how guilty he felt, no matter how ashamed he was, he still had to go to Star Soul Palace. Even if Lei Hong didn't ask, Yang Kai would still go. Nodding, he said, "Good, this junior will visit in a few days. Then this Lei will take his leave first." Lei Hong showed a grateful expression and after bowing to the great emperors, he left with the bright moon corpse in his hand. After he left, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand and said with a tired expression, "You can leave too." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, "Master, you won't punish me?" Zhang Wuhen said lightly, "If you want to be punished, this king can satisfy you." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, cupped his hands to the great emperors, and was about to leave. But he couldn't leave. There seemed to be another restriction in this hall that sealed the world, making his space divine technique useless. When he looked up, he saw Hua Linglong looking at him with a mischievous smile. Since the space divine technique was useless, he could only walk out. There was nothing to say. When he turned around, he heard someone calling from behind, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned around, looked at Li Shiqing, and smiled slightly, "Junior sister, what's the matter?" This was the first time Li Shiqing had called him brother. Li Shiqing whispered, "Pin Peak, please don't make things difficult." These words were said without rhyme or reason, and even the great emperors present didn't understand, but how could Yang Kai not know what she was talking about? It was nothing more than asking him not to make things difficult for Huoluan and Mo Sheng who lived in Pin Peak. During this time, Li Shiqing had a lot of contact with the two Demon King, and they got along well. Now that she was sent out of the small sealed world by Yang Kai, leaving Huoluan and Mo Sheng inside, their lives and deaths were under Yang Kai's control, so Li Shiqing naturally wanted to make plans for them. Yang Kai nodded immediately. "Junior sister, don't worry." Turning around again, he stepped out of the hall, and the door behind him slowly closed. The great emperors probably had other things to discuss. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and looked up at the sky, only to see 7-colored light flowing in the sky. It wasn't the work of a spirit array, but rather a natural phenomenon. There seemed to be something else hidden in the 7-colored light. Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be the 7-mist sea that Fan Xian mentioned before, the headquarters of the Star Boundaries 4 territories, Allied forces, and the 54 Corps. Unsurprisingly, the 7-colored light attracted Yang Kai's interest. Just as he was looking carefully, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to the side, only to see a pretty figure standing at a corner, smiling sweetly at him. Her long hair was tied into a dozen small braids, making her look quite mischievous. Seeing him looking over, she even waved at him. Yang Kai also showed a knowing smile as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little girl, asking in surprise, "You came with your master?" The one standing here waiting for him was none other than Lin Yun, whom he had not seen for many years. The last time they met was also in the Western Territory. At that time, he had planned to take her to the High Heaven Palace, but during the transmission process, Lin Yun had gone missing. After that incident, Yang Kai investigated and concluded that some great master had destroyed the space array he had painstakingly arranged in the Western Territory, cutting off Lin Yun's transmission. At that time, he guessed that it was the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and later it was proven that it was indeed the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. A dignified Great Emperor doing such a thing in secret was quite shameless. Another 20 years had passed since they parted ways. The little girl was no different from 20 years ago, still as lively and pretty as before, but the rapid growth of her cultivation gave Yang Kai a fright. Lin Yun was already a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. And it seemed that she had been promoted for a long time, as her cultivation was extremely condensed. Yang Kai could not help but be a little dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that it was a blessing to have a good master. When Yang Yen took Lin Yun away from the Hangluo star field, the little girl's cultivation had been so low, but now her cultivation progress was faster than his. While he was lamenting, Lin Yun moved her head closer and sniffed with her little nose. Yang Kai laughed and knocked her on the head. "Are you a puppy? What are you sniffing?" Lin Yun covered her head with both hands and pouted, "Uncle, you smell of another woman." This uncle sounded really cordial, but the content of her words was embarrassing. He had been separated from Yu Ru Meng for several days, and even if he still had her scent, it would have faded. How could Lin Yun smell it? Yang Kai smiled gently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Lin Yun snorted. "Master said I have a dog's nose, so don't think you can hide from me." Saying so, she moved closer and sniffed with her eyes closed. Not daring to let her continue to smell him, Kai Yang stretched out a finger and poked her forehead, pushing her back an arm's length, sighing, "You came to find me, just to smell my scent?" Lin Yun was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something and giggled. She hugged Yang Kai's arm with both hands and dragged him in a certain direction. Yang Kai blushed a little. "If you have something to say, just say it. How can you run around like this?" The little girl had grown up, and her chest was bulging. Being hugged like this, Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing softness on his arm. It would be fine if that was all, but the key was that Yang Kai clearly felt a divine thought lock on him, and it was full of malice. Needless to say, it was definitely Zhan Wuhen's divine thought. Yang Kai didn't understand why the great emperors were guarding against him like he was guarding against a thief. Back then, he didn't hesitate to destroy his own law of space to prevent Lin Yun from going to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory with him. Now, he was discussing important matters with the other great emperors, and he didn't forget to monitor him. Chapter 36:13. Although Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was not bad, it was still inferior to the great emperors. With Zheng Wuhen's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly monitor him. However, Zheng Wuhen deliberately leaked a trace of his aura to let him sense it. His meaning could not be more obvious: "I'm watching you, boy." He could not interfere with his precious disciple's actions, but this did not prevent him from giving Yang Kai a warning. Being dragged by Lin Yun all the way, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Along the way, they encountered many people in a hurry, obviously star boundary cultivators stationed in the Seven Mist Sea, but no matter who they were, they all smiled and saluted Lin Yun when they saw her. Only when they arrived outside a large hall did Lin Yun release Yang Kai's arm and point at the hall with a smile. It seemed that this was their destination. Yang Kai did not know why Lin Yun had brought him here, but before he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. This aroma was indescribably good, and even though Yang Kai was now an Emperor Realm Master and did not need to have a strong appetite, he was still tempted by this aroma. The aroma drifted and spread far away, and there were many people looking in their direction, licking their lips from time to time, looking like they were hungry. Lin Yun pushed open the door and pulled Yang Kai inside. The hall was empty, and there were no decorations. There was only a big black pot in the middle of the hall. Something was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling and steaming. There was a fire burning under the pot, and it was burning brightly. Next to the black pot, a dazzling beauty in a bright red dress was holding a ladle, scooping up some soup from the pot and drinking it. At first glance, it was obvious that the soup was boiling hot, but this beautiful woman didn't seem to care at all. After drinking several mouthfuls, she put down the ladle and smiled at Yang Kai, who was walking in with Lin Yun. Her lustrous red lips parted slightly. "Little brat, you're in for a treat." Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior 9 Phoenix." The one guarding the black pot was none other than Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng. In terms of age, she was much older than Yang Kai, and in terms of seniority, she was from the same generation as Li Wu Yi. Mo Shaoqi called her Aunt Feng. What's more, Lu Yen was under her tutelage, so he could be considered her disciple. Therefore, Yang Kai had always treated her as his own elder. The nine-headed phoenix was peerless, but at this moment, she was sitting cross-legged beside a big black pot with some unknown beast meat stewing in it. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt a strong visual impact. The firewood was ordinary firewood, and the fire was ordinary fire, but the pot was not ordinary. It was called Guei, and it was a rare treasure obtained by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Perhaps it was not as old as the mountains and rivers Bell, but its power was not inferior. The two had their own strengths. Lin Yun was Zhang Wuhen's only disciple, so naturally, her master would treasure anything good to his disciple. This Guei pot was given to Lin Yun by Zhang Wuhen for self-defense, but the little girl had always used it as a cooking stove. This was something that Yang Kai had learned more than 20 years ago. Lin Yun's identity was extraordinary. How many disciples of the great emperors were there in the entire star boundary? With Zhang Wuhen supporting her from behind, it could be said that no one in the entire star boundary dared to provoke her. The little girl also lived up to expectations. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors, and in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yang Kai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the guai pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiu Feng, Lin Yun had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. Is it done? Is it done? As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. Let me see. Jiu Feng responded. Then, she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yun was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiu Feng scooped up another piece, the third piece. Lin Yun kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. Yun if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left. Lin Yun's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, I'll do it myself. In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the guai pot and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this guai pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yun. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiu Feng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled, although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much. The food stewed by guai was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth, and the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic, which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. Glib-tongued. Jiu Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and a wine jar appeared out of thin air, flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it casually, lifted the wine seal with his thumb, and smelled the wine aroma. Suddenly, he was shocked, knowing that this wine was a peerless wine, something that could not be drunk easily. Drinking wine with one's head raised, and eating meat with one's head lowered. Lin Yun watched enviously from the side, her eyes shining as she said to Jiu Feng, Auntie Feng, I want some too. Jiu Feng didn't raise her head. She just waved her hand and said, why would a child drink wine? Go drink soup. Lin Yun immediately pouted her lips. She was very unhappy. A burly Dao Source Realm cultivator came in uninvited from outside. He was burly and had a fierce aura, like an iron tower. He was definitely a warrior who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. But at this moment, this tower-like warrior was nodding and bowing with a flattering look on his face. He held a big bowl in his hand and walked up to them, licking his lips and saying, Master, please eat the meat. This little one wants some soup to drink. Lin Yun and Jiu Feng didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. Lin Yun didn't raise her hand at all. She just focused on the stew in the pot. Jiu Feng just waved her hand and said, do it yourself. Thank you, Granny Jiu Feng. Granny Jiu Feng may live as long as the heavens and prosper. After the nonsensical flattery of Yu, the burly man suddenly turned around and shouted, come in, Granny Jiu Feng told us to do it ourselves. With a clatter, hundreds of people poured in from the outside, each holding a big bowl. When they came in, they nodded and bowed, constantly flattering. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although there were many people, they were not in a mess. They took the initiative to line up and one by one scooped a bowl of meat soup from the pot with the big bowls in their hands. After saying a few flattering words, they ran out to drink the soup. The return to one pot placed in front of them was only one size bigger than the pot used by ordinary farmers. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for it to hold so much soup. But in fact, Yang Kai and the others had eaten and drunk until now. Not to mention 3 people, even 50 people's portions had been eaten. Now, another 100 people each took a bowl of meat soup, but the contents in the pot did not decrease. Inside the return to one pot, there was a mysterious universe. Whether it was the meat or the soup, they all contained a lot of energy. Those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to enjoy such a good meal. Therefore, the cultivator who came in only drank the soup and did not eat the meat. It was not that Jiao Feng or Lin Yun were stingy, but that those people were not strong enough. After eating and drinking for half a day, Lin Yun was the first to give up. While eating, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fell on her back. Yang Kai was shocked. When he was about to go forward to check, Jiao Feng said, "Don't worry about her. The little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Every time she makes herself like this, she never learns her lesson. Will something happen to her?" Yang Kai was a little worried. He could clearly see that Lin Yun's stomach was bloated, and there was a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. It was not that she had eaten something bad, but that she was circulating her cultivation method and refining it. What can happen? Jiao Feng curled her lips. Yang Kai thought about it and agreed. Now Zhan Wuhen was in the 7-mist sea. Although the divine sense that had locked onto him had been withdrawn, judging from his precious attitude towards Lin Yun, if something really happened to the little girl, Zhan Wuhen would be the first to run over. Now that even Zhan Wuhen did not show up, Lin Yun must be fine. Feeling relieved, Kai Yang continued to eat heartily. A day later, Lin Yun recovered and rejoined the battle. Jiao Feng, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and Lin Yun had a special physique, but relatively speaking, Yang Kai had obviously advanced not long ago, yet Yang Kai had been eating and drinking without much reaction. On the contrary, Lin Yun had already rested midway. It could be seen that even though Lin Yun's cultivation speed was faster than Yang Kai's, her foundation was not as good as Yang Kai's. However, thinking about Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, Jiao Feng was relieved. Under the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon. The food that such a huge creature could eat was naturally not something a little girl could compare to. Although Yang Kai had not used the dragon transformation art yet, the foundation of his half-dragon body was still there. Chapter 36:14. After an unknown period of time, the 3 of them were lying on the cold ground, each of them rubbing their round bellies with a satisfied expression on their faces. The big black pot was already empty, not even a drop of soup was left. Jiao Feng suddenly said, "Boy, the great emperors asked you to go to the demon territory with the intention of letting you guide the Bright Moon Master." Heaven's Revelations Master had already expected that the Bright Moon Master would die in the demon territory, so you don't have to blame yourself. The dead are gone, and now you can be considered to have inherited the opportunity of the Bright Moon Master, so you can't take it lightly. You should move forward bravely so that you can live up to the expectations of the Bright Moon Master. Senior's teachings, I will remember them. Jiao Feng scolded with a smile. Teach my ass. It's your own business whether you want to accept it or not. But since you've obtained that fortune now, then you absolutely can't waste it. Otherwise, you'll only be letting yourself down. Yang Kai nodded gently and asked, "How is junior sister Shaoqi now?" Jiao Feng said, "In this chaotic world, the master is worried about her running around outside, so he arranged for her to cultivate in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. That girl has good qualifications, but she is a little playful. If she succeeds in her cultivation this time, her strength will improve greatly. You have to work hard, or you won't even be comparable to Shao Qi. Yang Kai chuckled, of course not. While speaking, he slowly got up. His body shook, and the bones all over his body cracked. His eyes were bright. Lin Yun also got up and blinked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and patted her head, thank you, Yun. His depressed mood relaxed a lot after eating for a while. The fog in front of him slowly dissipated, and the future path was much clearer. Lin Yun shook her head slowly. She didn't do anything, just treating Yang Kai to a delicious meal. Take good care of yourself. Yang Kai told her, and then said to Jiao Feng, thank you for your enlightenment, senior. I will leave first. Jiao Feng narrowed her eyes, too lazy to move, and ignored him. Yang Kai turned and walked out of the hall. When he opened the door, he saw a person waiting for him by the door. Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly cupped his hands, senior. Li Wui smiled gently, grabbed his hand, and then stuffed something into his hand. Looking at it, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Senior, it's not for you, Li said. You have the sealed world bead, so I'm afraid. Li Wui smiled and said, I've already removed all of the restrictions within it. You only need to refine it a little before you can use it. What Li Wui gave him was none other than his boundless mountain. If it were anything else, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about it, but he was really interested in this thing. Yang Kai accepted it and thanked him. Li Wui nodded and stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hand, and then waved his hand, not allowing Yang Kai to say anything more. I'm busy with military affairs, so I won't talk to you anymore. You've just returned to the star boundary, so I'm afraid you have many things to take care of. As he spoke, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai held the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He was overjoyed. It was another thing he needed. Li Wui had probably seen through his thoughts, otherwise, why would he deliberately send these two things over? Carefully putting away the jade slip and empty mountain, Yang Kai grinned silently and looked up at the seven-colored light flowing in the sky, his heart filled with emotion. So good, the star boundary is so good. Here, there were like-minded friends, amiable elders, as well as family members and fellow disciples that he was worried about. Thinking of his family, Yang Kai couldn't wait to return to the High Heaven Palace, so he immediately urged the Space Divine technique to stimulate the Space Spirit bead that was closely connected to Su Yan. However, the path ahead was blocked, and he couldn't go back. Jiao Feng had gotten up at some point and was leaning lazily against the door frame, looking at him with disdain. Are you stupid? The High Heaven Palace has been sealed off for several years. The sect is covered in a large spirit array, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Is the space spirit bead useful? Yang Kai was very embarrassed. Only now did he understand why he couldn't go back. Under the operation of the sect sealing array, the space spirit bead really couldn't be connected. He cupped his fists and said, please tell me where the nearest space array is, senior. There is one in the Seven Mist Sea. Go there yourself. Jiao Feng pointed in a direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something over. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a black token with the word, "You," on the front. He didn't know what the words on the token meant, but Yang Kai could guess that this token should be a proof of identity. After all, the space array must be heavily guarded. If he didn't have something to prove his identity, he wouldn't be able to get close at will. Zhang Xian put away the token and flew in the direction that the nine-headed phoenix pointed to. At this moment, Yang Kai was eager to go back. The time he spent in the demon territory wasn't long, only a few years. In the past, Yang Kai had left home for 10 to 20 years, or even longer, but he had never been as worried as he was now. It was because the star boundary was peaceful in the past, but now the two worlds were at war. Even though he knew that the High Heaven Palace had been sealed off for a long time and didn't even participate in the war of the two worlds, he still couldn't help but worry from the bottom of his heart. Now, he could finally go back. The Seven Fog Sea was very big, but Yang Kai was very fast. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the space array. Sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Just the Emperor realm alone had more than a dozen people. Yang Kai even felt the aura of a fake emperor hiding. Just as he was 1,000 feet away from the space array, dozens of auras locked onto him. However, with the token given by Jiao Feng, his journey was smooth. When he got close, he handed over the token and had his identity verified. Only then was he allowed to pass. A light flashed on the space array, and Yang Kai disappeared. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. The disciples who were meditating around stepped forward and were about to ask about the identity of the person who came, but when they saw Yang Kai's familiar face, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of the girls even cried out in a low voice, "Palace Master?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, "Little Yi." The girl was Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect in the Eastern Territory, Yi Hen. After Thousand Leaves sect was merged into the High Heaven Palace, the several hundred disciples of Thousand Leaves sect naturally became disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Yi Jinghan and Yang Kai weren't strangers, so she naturally recognized Yang Kai immediately. The dozen or so disciples in the hall immediately became excited and gathered around him, cupping their fists and bowing, "Greetings, Palace Master. Welcome back to the palace." Although they were bowing, all of them raised their heads to look at Yang Kai, their eyes shining with joy. It was too sudden. Yang Kai had returned without any warning, so none of them were mentally prepared for it. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar young faces, Yang Kai smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Raising his hand, he said, "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." Everyone stood up, but in the next moment, Yi Jinghan, whose face was flushed from excitement, suddenly changed. Turning her head to look at the other disciples, she said, "Palace Master has returned to the palace. This is a big secret. If anyone dares to leak a single word about it, they will be a traitor of our High Heaven Palace. I don't dare to say this to others, but I, Yi Jinghan, will definitely make them suffer." Yang Kai was still a traitor of the Star Boundary and had betrayed the Demon Territory a few years ago. He had fought a fierce battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor in front of Roaring Tiger City, but had luckily escaped. After that, he was chased down by Li Wuyi and fled to the Demon Territory. If news of his return to the palace were to spread, it would probably attract countless apologists to slay demons. How could the disciples not be clear about this? They immediately nodded solemnly and promised, "We won't leak it. It's not that serious." Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "I'm back." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner of the High Heaven Palace, as if he was speaking softly in everyone's ears. Yi Jinghan's face changed once again, and she was on the verge of tears. "Palace Master, there are outsiders in our palace. It wouldn't be a big deal if they were just disciples of their own sect. After all, 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. There were also some disciples like the Thousand Leaves sect and the Qin family from Maplewood City. These people had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so even if Yang Kai had become the demon race's traitor, they wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal, nor would they do anything that would be detrimental to the High Heaven Palace. However, what kind of place was the High Heaven Palace now? It was the logistics base of the entire Star Boundary. Every day, every month, a large amount of spirit pills and artifacts would be sent to the front lines from here. Not only were there many alchemists and artifact refiners from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary gathered here, there were also some support personnel. There were at least 20,000 people from the outside world. With Yang Kai's shout, how could news of his return be concealed? It would probably spread across the entire Star Boundary very quickly. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely face a great calamity. Yi Jinghan was extremely anxious, but Yang Kai acted as though nothing had happened. Tilting his head, he said with a smile, "Listen. Listen to what? Yi Jinghan didn't hear anything. Originally, there was still some movement within the High Heaven Palace. However, after Yang Kai shouted those words, the entire High Heaven Palace suddenly quieted down. In the next instant, chaos broke out. In a secret room on the Lingshao Peak, a pure white figure suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. There was a wanton light in her eyes. Immediately, she stood up and the door of the secret room opened with a bang. Before the door was fully opened, the pure white figure had already shot out. Just as she left High Heaven Peak, a woman with fiery red hair and a graceful figure appeared beside her. The two women stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, before Zhu Qing said, "His voice?" As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, as though she didn't dare to believe it. Su Yan nodded lightly and revealed a smile. The originally cold and frosty woman lost all color in that smile, leaving only the radiance of that smile. "He's back." Chapter 36:15. Unlike Zhu Qing, Su Yan and Yang Kai had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense each other's existence. "Are you really back?" Zhu Qing was stunned as she stared towards the space array, her figure flickering as if she wanted to rush over, but she held back and instead turned to Su Yan and asked, "Is there anything wrong with me?" Su Yan smiled and nodded, "Everything is fine." If these words were said by Shan Qing Luo, Zhu Qing would never believe them, but since it was Su Yan who said it, there was no problem. After getting along with her for several years, Zhu Qing understood Su Yan's character very well. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, kind and trustworthy. On the other hand, Shan Qing Luo's dragon lady had repeatedly caused trouble for her, and even after being taught a lesson several times, she still did not repent. The relationship between the two women was not harmonious, not because of jealousy, but because Shan Qing Luo instinctively felt that Zhu Qing was not pleasing to the eye. Not only Zhu Qing, but she also felt that all the dragon race were not pleasing to the eye. This could not be helped as the beguiling demon queen possessed the heavenly moon demon spider's source. The heavenly moon demon spider was also an ancient divine spirit, so if the dragon race claimed to be the leader of the divine spirits, wouldn't that be the same as riding on her head? Shan Qing Luo naturally did not find Zhu Qing pleasing to the eye, but the gap between the two women's cultivations was not small, so she had suffered losses at Zhu Qing's hands several times. Hearing Su Yan say that she was fine, Zhu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, from a nearby spirit peak, Shuayu's figure also flew over and was about to ask when she saw Su Yan nod slightly to her. Shuayu covered her red lips as her beautiful eyes trembled. Medicine Pill Peak was originally the spirit peak of the High Heaven Palace's alchemy division and the territory of Ji Ying, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Now, it had gathered the best alchemists in the entire star territory and could be said to be a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. On Medicine Dan Peak, there were no less than 1,000 large and small pill rooms. Every day, countless pills were produced here. The entire Medicine Dan Peak was now shrouded in a strange pill fragrance. Anyone who was within 10 miles of Medicine Dan Peak would be able to smell all kinds of pill fragrances. At this moment, under Medicine Pill Peak, in a huge pill room, beside a rotating pill furnace, the veiled Xia Ning Chang's forehead was covered in sweat. Her hands were constantly forming seals. 10 meters in front of her, on the other side of the pill furnace, Ji Ying looked solemn and meticulous. She was also constantly changing her own seals, complimenting Xia Ning Chang. Around them, there were more than a dozen people, old and young, both men and women, standing and watching from a distance. Each of them was wearing white robes with flower and leaf patterns embroidered on their chests. These dozen people were all Dao Source grade alchemists, and 2 of them were even Emperor Realm alchemists. More than a dozen famous alchemists were watching Xia Ning Chang and Ji Ying's alchemy. From time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across their faces. Occasionally, they would gently nod, as if they had suddenly realized something, and all of them had benefited greatly. Although these alchemists were not ordinary, and each of them was a consecrated alchemist of their respective sects. The ones who were refining pills at this moment were the two disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors. Needless to say, Ji Ying was the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. In the eyes of these alchemists, Xia Ning Chang was simply a legendary existence. Although the wondrous pill great emperors had not accepted Ji Ying as a disciple, it was only because the wondrous pill great emperors had said that Ji Ying would be his last disciple when he accepted Ji Ying. The wondrous pill great emperors could not slap their own faces. Therefore, when Ji Ying brought Xia Ning Chang to Medicine Pill Valley, although the wondrous pill great emperors cherished talent, they still had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. However, good jade was hard to find, and not accepting a disciple did not mean that they would not teach him. Xia Ning Chang and the wondrous pill great emperors did not have a master and disciple status, but it was a fact that they were master and disciple. In addition, Xia Ning Chang had a special physique, the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was almost specifically designed for alchemy, so the wondrous pill great emperors valued him even more than their own disciples. Over the years, they had not held back anything and had taught him everything they knew. Observing these two alchemists up close, the alchemists from various territories were naturally eager to see them perform alchemy, all of them wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs and throw them into their pill furnaces for a closer look. Just as they were watching with relish, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. The expressions of the more than a dozen alchemists who were watching with great interest suddenly changed and displeasure appeared on their faces. During alchemy, the most taboo thing to do was to disturb someone. The alchemy room was an important place, so naturally, there was a barrier around it that prevented any noise from reaching this place. Unless someone used a mysterious divine technique to bypass the barrier, one would need to be extremely strong to accomplish this. But since this person possessed such strength, they should also be thinking about the overall situation. Who would disturb the alchemy process of Medicine Pill Peak for no reason? On top of that, this voice sounded very unfamiliar, as if they had never heard it before, but no matter who it was, they would definitely be in for some bad luck. If this person had disturbed an ordinary alchemist while they were performing alchemy, it would have been fine, but who was actually performing alchemy here? Xia Ning Chang's expression also changed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. His state of mind suddenly fluctuated and the seals he was making were no longer as smooth as before. As soon as his hand's seals changed, a crackling sound rang out from the originally stable pill furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he looked up towards Xia Ning Chang with a pleading look on his face. The pill he was refining today was no trivial matter. Just the preparation of the materials alone had taken him a month, and he had even specifically sought out Xia Ning Chang to cooperate with him. Now that he was just 2 hours away from completing the pill furnace, he never expected to hear this person's voice here. Ji Ying suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Xia Ning Chang raised her eyes and met her fifth brother's gaze with an apologetic look. Ji Ying immediately shouted, "Half of 100 steps is 90, little junior sister must not be distracted, stay calm." This shout startled the dozen or so alchemists who were watching. This was not the first time they had watched Ji Ying perform alchemy, but no matter what kind of pill they were refining, Ji Ying had always remained calm and collected. Never once had he been so flustered and exasperated. The crackling sound became even more violent and the originally calm pill furnace was now filled with turbulent world energy, causing the huge pill furnace to shrink and expand. The situation was not good. The dozen or so alchemists who were watching all gasped. They had all practiced alchemy for countless years and possessed extraordinary eyesight, so how could they not know that this situation was a sign of a furnace explosion? A furnace explosion was something that only occurred among alchemy novices. As long as one had been immersed in the alchemic Tao for a few years, they would almost never make such a mistake. It could be said that a furnace explosion was the most basic mistake in alchemy. Hong long long, the pill furnace shrank and expanded more and more violently. Ji Ying's hands fluttered like butterflies as he tried to maintain the stability of the pill furnace. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, "Little junior sister, calm down, since he has returned, you will see him sooner or later." There is no need to be anxious. You should know that when two people are in love with each other for a long time, there is no need to be so impatient. After so much persuasion, he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Ningchang. The response he received was only 3 words. Xia Ningchang's face was full of guilt. I'm sorry. As soon as he said this, Ji Ying's face turned pale, and with a loud bang, the huge pill furnace exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. The pill liquid inside the pill furnace also splashed everywhere, filling the alchemy room with smoke. The entire alchemy room was a mess. Energy swirled around as the dozen or so alchemists each cast their own protective spells. After a series of crackling sounds mixed with cries of alarm, the alchemy room quieted down again. A moment later, the fog dissipated, revealing the dozen or so alchemy grandmasters and grandmasters. All of them were covered in dust and dirt and were in a sorry state. Many of their pure white robes were dyed dark green by the pill liquid. If the dozen or so people watching from afar were in such a state, Ji Ying's situation was even worse. In fact, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, it wasn't a problem for him to protect himself. However, the moment the pill furnace exploded, he also lost control of his mind. At this moment, he was in a more sorry state than anyone else. His entire body was dyed dark green, and the pill liquid flowed down his cheeks to his chin, dripping to the ground. Ji Ying seemed to be unaware of this. He spread out his hands and still maintained the posture of the last seal. He stood there as if someone had cast a spell on him. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the blow Ji Ying had suffered was not small. Not to mention how much time and effort Ji Ying had spent to refine today's spirit pills. Just the fact that his furnace had exploded in front of so many alchemists was a great loss of face. If it were any other alchemist who encountered this situation, they would not be able to accept it, not to mention he was representing Medicine Pill Valley. He had lost the face of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill Valley. Bastard! An old man plucked a pill furnace fragment from his hair and threw it to the ground, his face filled with anger as he roared. Who was so bold as to disturb Grandmaster Ji and Grandmaster Xia's alchemy? How presumptuous! After a pause, he coughed lightly and said in a soothing tone, Grandmaster Ji, you don't need to mind. Today's fault does not lie with the 2 grandmasters, but with the person who disturbed. Where did Grandmaster Xia go? It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Xia Ningchang, who was still here a moment ago, had actually disappeared without a trace. Turning their heads to look, they saw that the door to the pill recipe was wide open and Xia Ningchang had already run out. Who was that person? Daring to be so rude, we must investigate this matter clearly. We must investigate, we must investigate. We have worked so hard here to refine spirit pills and send them to the battlefield to protect our human race, but not only did this person not cooperate, he actually disturbed us at a critical moment, causing the refinement of such a good spirit pill to fail. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. That person's voice was unfamiliar to me. Do you know who he was? The old man who spoke before asked. Everyone shook their heads. Ji Ying gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai, little thief, this king, and you are irreconcilable. His angry roar soared to the sky. While Medicine Pill Peak was in chaos, Spirit Artifact Peak was not much better off. Inside the artifact workshop, High Heaven Palace's chief artifact refiner, Grandmaster Ho Yu, was sleeping soundly on a soft couch, completely ignoring the people coming and going around. The clanging sounds did not disturb her at all, and she was holding a wine jar in her arms, her body reeking of alcohol. When the voice entered her ears, Ho Yu opened her eyes and jumped up, shouting, "Hurry up, no one is allowed to be lazy. If anyone dares to be lazy, this grand aunt will not let them off." No one paid attention to her, as if they did not hear her words. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only a young servant in blue clothes ran over and said with a sad face, "Grand aunt, if you want to drink, go drink somewhere else, don't disturb everyone here, okay?" Chapter 36:16 The originally orderly High Heaven Palace became noisy and chaotic because of Yang Kai's words. Various colored lights flew up from the various peaks and rushed over. In front of the main hall where the space array was located, Yang Kai was smiling happily while Yi Jinghan stood beside him. Originally, she had a worried frown on her face, but when she saw the expression on Yang Kai's face, the worry in her heart slowly dissipated and her furrowed brow relaxed. Palace Master is smiling so happily. How can he smile so happily? However, his smile was so contagious that she couldn't help but smile as well. The first to fly over was High Heaven Palace's chief steward, Hua Qingxi, and she didn't come alone. Instead, she came together with the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. The reason why they were the first to arrive wasn't because they were the fastest. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, and it wasn't that there weren't other cultivators in the High Heaven Palace who were stronger than them. The reason for this was because they were patrolling nearby. Seeing the familiar figure from afar, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were overjoyed. They landed and cupped their fists. Subordinates greet Palace Master. We welcome Palace Master back to the palace. Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a pleasant expression, "Thank you for your hard work while this Palace Master wasn't here." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. It wasn't hard at all. Bian Yuqing also said, "It was our duty." Looking at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated gaze, she couldn't help but recall the first time she saw him. At that time, he and Lu Xianyun had just arrived from the lower world star territory and were captured by her subordinate, Ko Wu, and brought back to the Blue Feather sect. Who would have thought that in just a few short decades, this person would become the sect master of one of the top sects in the Northern Territory? She, who could control his life and death back then, was now being sheltered under his wings. She could even say that it was thanks to him that she was able to break through to the Emperor realm. Recalling the events of the past, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall Ko Wu, who had risked his life to protect him. Outside Maplewood City's Spirit Lake Palace, Ko Wu had risked his life to protect Yang Kai, but not even his bones remained. Following closely behind Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, a five-colored ray of light shot over from afar. When it got close, the light dispersed, revealing 5 figures. Yang Kai raised his brow and cupped his fists. Congratulations to several seniors for breaking through to the Emperor realm. The 5 people in the second batch were Gue Zhu, Qi Yu, Aio, Gu Yun, and Chai Hu. Among the 5, aside from Chai Hu, the other 4 had arrived in the star boundary from the lower world star territory with Yang Kai. However, after the Starlight Avenue collapsed, everyone was separated and only met later. In the past, there was also Wu Dao, who was the most powerful origin king in the Hangluo star field. Unfortunately, the heavenly way was unpredictable. Wu Dao couldn't withstand the world energy baptism when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and died. As for the other 4, when they first arrived in the star boundary, life was difficult. Fortunately, they met Chai Hu, and with his help, they were able to gradually gain a foothold. Later on, the 4 of them became sworn brothers with Chai Hu. Today, there was 5 sacred peaks in the High Heaven Palace, which was their cultivation ground. The last time Yang Kai saw them, they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Now, they had all broken through to the Emperor Realm, which was truly worthy of celebration. Of course, this was due to the star boundary's world energy tide, but more importantly, the aptitudes of these 5 people were quite good. There was no need to mention Gue Zhu and the others. Being able to jump out of the rut of the lower world star territory meant that they were peerless geniuses. Although Chai Hu's aptitude was slightly worse, it was still pretty good. The High Heaven Palace had abundant cultivation resources, and due to the mountain being sealed, everyone had been in secluded cultivation, working hard to become stronger. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the 5 of them to have made some progress. Furthermore, Yang Kai also discovered that the 5 of them should have cultivated an incredible divine technique together. The 5-colored light was the most obvious sign of this. At this moment, although the 5 of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, their auras were closely linked, almost becoming one. Even an ordinary second-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be their opponent. Guizhou let out a strange laugh. Palace Master, you've finally returned. Are we going to kill our way out? This king is about to go moldy. Guizhou had an evil personality. Back then, Yang Kai had almost died at his hands. When he was still in the lower world star territory, he could summon the wind and summon the rain with his origin king realm cultivation, not putting anyone in his eyes. But ever since he came to the star boundary, he found that his cultivation was only at the bottom. Not only was his cultivation insufficient, he also had to work hard to make a living. Later, although he met Yang Kai and came to the High Heaven Palace, his life had stabilized, but he had always been in secluded cultivation. Now that he had the heritage of the Emperor realm, Guizhou was itching to kill some blind people and sacrifice them to him. Qiyu immediately glared at Guizhou. Kill what? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. She then turned to Yang Kai. Is it okay for you to come back? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and was about to explain when he suddenly saw another group of people flying over. This time, the people who came were not outsiders, but old friends of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, even High Heaven Pavilion in the central capital, Grand Master Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya, martial ancestor Chu Ling Shao, several martial uncles, Old Demon, Chiu Yi Meng, Dong Qing Han. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Although he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, most of the people who came were his elders, so if he didn't salute them, who would? After greeting the elders one by one, Yang Kai began asking questions. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective worlds with extraordinary aptitude, but because they had only been in the star boundary for a short time, their current achievements were not as good as Guizhou and the others who had come here before them, but they were all above the Tao Source realm, and basically all of them were second or third order. Seeing Yang Kai looking around while asking questions, Meng Wuya squinted at him and asked, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Nothing, I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm just looking for something." Meng Wuya snorted, "I'm afraid you're looking for your wives, right?" "Boy, I'm not talking about you, but you should restrain yourself a little. Just count how many women you've provoked and how many wives you found. When you were in the star territory, there were already 4, and now here in the star boundary, there's actually 1 more. You provoked them, but you didn't take good care of them. You ran around all day, leaving them alone in an empty room, worried about your safety, afraid that one day they would hear the news of you dying outside. Do you feel good about it?" Yang Kai bowed his head and listened with a guilty expression. "What senior says is right. If you know you're wrong, you should change." Meng Wuya said with a serious expression, "You can't go out and flirt anymore." Yang Kai felt guilty. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Grand Master came to the rescue. Ling Tai Su smiled and said, "I met them on the way here. They went to pick up your parents." After Su Yan and the others heard Yang Kai's voice, although they couldn't wait to come over and see, they still immediately ran to the Spirit Peak where 4th Master Yang and Dong Suzhu were, preparing to bring the 2 elders over. Although 4th Master Yang and Dong Suzhu's cultivation had improved after coming to the star boundary, they were still far from being comparable to those heavens chosen. Right now, their cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, so their speed was naturally extremely slow. It was also with this in mind that Su Yan and the others decided to go over. Just as they were talking, several figures rushed over. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but stare. It wasn't joy, but surprise. Su Yan, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chang, all of them had come, and even Zhu Qing was there. What surprised Yang Kai was Zhu Qing. Why was she here? When Yang Kai went to Dragon Island, he was ready to bring Zhu Qing back to High Heaven Palace to meet his parents and get to know Su Yan and the others, so as to avoid any awkwardness when they met in the future. However, Zhu Qing had scruples at that time, so she didn't return to High Heaven Palace with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that when he came back this time, he would see Zhu Qing and Su Yan running side by side, and from the looks of it, they were getting along well. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, his parents had arrived in front of him, and Yang Kai quickly went up to greet them. Before he could speak, Dong Suju burst into tears. After a while, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "Little brat, why did you come back? If you want to come back, just come back. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Did your mother not teach you how to write the word death when you were a child? Why did I give birth to such a stupid thing like you?" She scolded him without any explanation, and Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of temper. What kind of temper could he have? Not to mention that Yang Kai was only a third-layer Emperor Realm Master now. Even if he really became one of the great emperors, he could only accept the scolding. Fourth Master Yang, who was behind them, also had a cold expression on his face, as if he expected better from Yang Kai. A few years ago, before Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had already hinted to Su Yan and the others several times. Later, the news of Yang Kai becoming the demon race's traitor reached the High Heaven Palace, leading to the High Heaven Palace's closure. Dong Suju fainted on the spot, and Fourth Master Yang fell seriously ill because of it. Although Su Yan and the others had advised them many times, and even pointed out that this might be a show deliberately put on by Yang Kai, without the great emperors personally admitting it, how could Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang dare to believe it? In the past few years, the husband and wife had prayed every day, not asking for Yang Kai to be cleared of his crimes, but only for him to be safe and healthy for the rest of his life. Dong Suju, who had always lived like a young girl, now had more than a dozen strands of white hair, which was a testament to her parents' sincerity. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually come back, and even deliberately shout? Dong Suju was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Hurry up and leave before the news spreads," Dong Suju said as she pulled Yang Kai and ran towards the space array. As she pulled, she stared at Yang Kai's face without blinking, as if she wanted to take one more look, and one more look, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her eyes forever, and brand it into the depths of her soul. Mother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's eyes were a little sore, and he quickly comforted her, "It's okay." "What do you mean it's okay?" "It's a big deal." Dong Suju stomped her feet, but with her current cultivation, if Yang Kai didn't want to, how could she pull him? After a few failed tugs, she suddenly became anxious. "Are you going or not, silly boy?" "It's really okay." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Suju's face suddenly became cold, and she said angrily, "You're not going, are you? If you don't go." She turned her head and looked around, then her slender jade finger suddenly pointed at Fourth Master Yang. "If you don't go, your father will die in front of you." Fourth Master Yang was startled, and then he nodded with a dignified expression, as if he really dared to die if she didn't go. Chapter 36:17. I have already met the great emperors. Yang Kai gently patted Dong Suju's arm. Dong Suju's movements paused, and her anxious face relaxed. She asked nervously, "Which great emperors have you met?" Yang Kai counted with his fingers: the Iron Blood Master, the Beast Warrior Master, the Flower Shadow Master, and the Serene Soul Master. Dong Suju blinked. "You're not lying to me? You really went to meet the Four Master?" Yang Kai laughed. "Even if I lie to anyone, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I just came back from the Seven Fog Sea. If Mother doesn't believe me, I can send you to the Seven Fog Sea right now to confront the Master. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe them." Dong Suju completely relaxed. She glared at Yang Kai and said, "The Master is very busy. You can't just go and find them as you please. You really don't know what's important." She was already an adult, yet she still acted like a young girl. It didn't feel awkward at all. After she finished speaking, she ignored Yang Kai and walked back the way she came with her hands behind her back. When she passed by Fourth Master Yang, she pulled him. Let's go, let's go." "What are you standing there for?" Fourth Master Yang couldn't resist and was dragged away. He didn't even have time to say a word to Yang Kai. However, compared to the panic and anxiety they had when they came, Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were much more relaxed when they left. Since they had met the 4 great emperors at the 7 Fog Sea and could still return safely, it meant that the previous matter was no longer a problem. Falling to become the demon race and betraying the star boundary was just a show. In the past few years, Su Yan and the others had often told them this, but how could they dare to believe it? Until now. If the 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju could understand this, the others naturally could as well. For a moment, everyone was overjoyed. They felt that the dark clouds that had been pressing down on their heads for several years had finally dispersed. The entire High Heaven Palace seemed to have become much brighter. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his parents to come in such a hurry and leave so quickly. He still had a lot to say to his parents. However, he soon understood what the 2 elders meant. This was to give him some space to interact with Su Yan and the others. After all, if they were here, even if Yang Kai wanted to, he wouldn't be able to get too close to the madams. After Dong Suju and 4th Master Yang left, the others didn't have the nerve to stay and disturb the reunion between Yang Kai and Su Yan and the others, so they all found excuses to disperse. Originally, they had heard Yang Kai's voice and came to take a look. Now that they had seen him and learned that he had met the great emperors, there would be a time for them to talk in the future. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all left, leaving only Su Yan and the others standing not far away. Pairs of beautiful eyes were looking at them tenderly. A few kilometers away, the 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju were walking side by side at a leisurely pace. The 4th Master Yang frowned and couldn't suppress his curiosity, asking in a low voice, "If that smelly brat really didn't leave just now, would you really want me to threaten him with my life?" Dong Suju glanced over at him, leaned over, and took his arm, smiling as she asked, "Do you know how to?" "Yes." The 4th Master Yang nodded. If Yang Kai hadn't met the great emperors, he really would have done so. Dong Suju leaned her head on his shoulder. "I can't bear to let you die." The 4th Master Yang twisted his shoulder and coughed lightly. "We're an old married couple, be careful outside." "What's the matter?" Just as they were talking, Dong Suju suddenly saw a group of people flying over and quickly let go of the 4th Master Yang's arm, putting on a dignified appearance. When the group of people approached, Dong Suju smiled and greeted, "Grandmaster Ji." The one who came was Ji Ying, followed by a group of men and women, old and young, more than a dozen of them. Dong Suju recognized them as alchemy grandmasters from various territories in the star boundary. "Madam Dong, 4th Master Yang." Ji Ying returned the greeting, his expression cold. Although his cultivation and status were much higher than Dong Suju and her husband, they were Yang Kai's parents. Even though he was a disciple of the great emperors, he didn't dare to slight them. Dong Suju curiously asked, "What is Grandmaster Ji doing?" She saw Ji Ying's aggressive posture and the people behind him all filled with righteous indignation, looking like they were going to collect a debt. Moreover, looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed like they were going to Yang Kai's residence, so she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "It's nothing, I heard that the palace master has returned to the sect, so Ji Ying is going to pay his respects." Although Ji Ying was annoyed with Yang Kai's actions, in front of Dong Suju, he was too embarrassed to say that he was going to cause trouble for his son. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake, so after saying so, he excused himself and led the dozen or so alchemists away. Dong Suju looked back and frowned slightly, but soon, her frown relaxed. She also knew that even if Yang Kai had somehow provoked Ji Ying wouldn't do anything to her son. At most, he would just curse him a few times. Sure enough, a moment later, Ji Ying's angry roar came from the other side. "Palace Master, we haven't seen each other for many years, this Ji really missed you." Yang Kai was speechless. He had finally cleared the area and was about to have a good chat with the madams, but before he could figure out why Zhu Qing was here, Ji Ying had already run over. If he had come alone, it would have been fine, but he had brought more than a dozen people with him. When he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if he couldn't wait to eat his own flesh and drink his own blood. How could he possibly miss him? Xia Ning Cheng wore an apologetic expression and hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, please calm your anger, this matter is junior sister's fault, it has nothing to do with Lord Husband. Ji Ying raised his hand and stopped her. Little junior sister, please don't say too much. Today, I am only looking for Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, another person jumped out, pointed a finger at Yang Kai, and angrily shouted, "Evil demon, you still have the face to come back?" As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai didn't react, but Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others glared at the man, especially Zhu Qing. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and her dragon pressure enveloped the man, causing his face to immediately turn pale. Although the person who spoke was a famous Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist, his cultivation was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he bear the pressure of a ninth-order dragon? And this was only because Zhu Qing had held back. If she had used her full strength, he would have fainted immediately. Ji Ying also frowned. Although he was annoyed that Yang Kai had ruined his alchemy business, and it wasn't the first time he had done so. There had been precedents before, but this time it was more serious. However, he had never thought of blaming Yang Kai for being an evil demon. He was the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race and entered the demon territory because he had another important task to take care of. The rumors outside were just misleading by the great emperors, but since that person had said it, he couldn't explain anything. After all, he didn't know if Yang Kai had received the approval of the great emperors. Xia Ningchang turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. Grandmaster Zhou, you've misunderstood. My husband is not an evil demon. Grandmaster Zhou looked distressed. He disobeyed the great emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, and his demonic intent was born. He fell and became the demon race, then betrayed the star boundary and became the demon race's territory. If he isn't an evil demon, then what is he? Grandmaster Xia, don't be fooled by him. Evil demons are all ruthless and heartless. Come back quickly. Although this Zhou is not talented, if he can protect Grandmaster Xia, what harm is there in risking my life? As soon as these words came out, Xia Ningchang suddenly became anxious. Grandmaster Zhou, please be careful with your words. Su Yan and the others looked at Grandmaster Zhou with increasingly cold eyes. Zhu Qing's dragon pressure suddenly increased, immediately making the bones of Grandmaster Zhou, who shouted that he would protect Xia Ningchang with his life, creak. His lips were tightly shut, and he couldn't say a word. Yang Kai looked at Grandmaster Zhou, blinked, and smiled slightly. Then he looked at Ji Ying and said, "What is it that made Brother Ji so angry?" It would have been better if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Ji Ying flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Kai's nose and scolded, "You still have the nerve to say that? Just now, little junior sister and I were refining the heaven and earth impermanence pill. Everything was going smoothly, and we could open the furnace and take out the pills in 2 hours. This time, with the help of little junior sister, this Ji was confident that at least 7 pills could be produced, but just now. As he spoke, Ji Ying couldn't go on. He reached out and clutched his chest, his face red with anger, his face full of resentment. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly said, "Brother Ji, calm down, calm down. Don't get too worked up. It would be terrible if he was angered to death." As he spoke, he went to help Ji Ying stabilize his breathing. How could Ji Ying appreciate his kindness? He waved his hand and pushed him away. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and looked at Xia Ningchang. Did the refining fail? Xia Ningchang lowered his head, the furnace exploded, Ji Ying's expression became even uglier. Yang Kai was also an Emperor Realm alchemist, so how could he not understand the significance of a furnace explosion? It was a tragic event, but when he recalled the scene of Ji Ying's furnace exploding, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder Ji Ying had come to find him so angrily, so this was the reason. The fault was his, so Yang Kai hurriedly corrected his posture and sincerely apologized. Ji Ying weakly waved his hand, feeling like he had suffered 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to actually run into someone like Yang Kai. Clearly, his own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely profound, but this person didn't respect the alchemic Tao at all. Didn't he know that it was taboo to disturb someone during alchemy? How could he have the nerve to send a sound transmission to Medicine Pill Peak? Don't let this happen again. If there is a next time, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. Ji Ying gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, absolutely not. Only then did Ji Ying nod his head, feeling much better. The furnace had already exploded, and all his previous efforts had been in vain. He had only come to find Kai Yang to scold him to vent his anger. Since he had come here, the dozen or so alchemists had naturally come to help, but he hadn't expected Grandmaster Zhou to curse Yang Kai so. In order to avoid further trouble, Ji Ying waved his hand and led the alchemists back to Medicine Pill Peak. Since he wanted to leave, Zhu Qing and the others didn't stay, but who would have thought that just as the dragon pressure was withdrawn, Grandmaster Zhou would open his mouth again. However, after suffering a loss just now, he had learned his lesson and didn't speak rudely again. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a heavy expression and said, "Palace Master Yang, although you have become the demon race, you are still a human. Grandmaster Xia is my Star Boundary's treasure. If you still have a little conscience, please let her go." This Zhou thanks Palace Master Yang on behalf of Star Boundary's billions of lives. Chapter 36:18. Yang Kai blinked and smiled. "Who are you?" For no reason at all, he came over to make irresponsible remarks and ask him to let little senior sister go. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. Grandmaster Zhou raised his head and puffed out his chest. Although his face was still pale, he stood straight and proudly said, "This one is Zhou Qing. I am not as famous as Palace Master Yang in the Star Boundary. I am just a nobody." No matter what, a Tao Source grade high-rank alchemist couldn't be considered nameless. But it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was compared to the High Heaven Palace Master who became the demon race and betrayed the Star Boundary, he was indeed much less famous. Yang Kai sneered, "Since you are a nobody, how dare you tell this king what to do?" Zhou Qing quickly said, "Zhou Qing doesn't dare. I am just trying to persuade you." Changing to a sincere tone, he said, "Does Palace Master Yang not know where you are? Since you have entered the territory of the demon race, why come back? When you were not here, Grandmaster Xia's heart was as calm as still water. She focused on alchemy and the pill she refined saved the lives of many people in the Star Boundary. But as soon as you came back, you disturbed her state of mind and ruined her furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. Do you know how many precious herbs are needed to refine this heaven and earth impermanence pill? Palace Master Yang, since you can't give Grandmaster Xia a future in happiness, why don't you just let go?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, "If I can't give Ning Chang a future and happiness, who can?" Zhou Qing glanced at Xia Ning Chang and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Changing the topic, he said, "Palace Master Yang, do you have to be like this? You can't even protect yourself now, so why implicate others? Do you want Grandmaster Xia to be exiled to the ends of the world with you, homeless? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Grandmaster Xia. Why are you so selfish?" Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Ning Chang and said, "Little senior sister, are you willing to be exiled to the ends of the world with me?" Xia Ning Chang nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "I will go wherever you go." "What about you guys?" Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and the others. Shan Qing Luo smiled charmingly. "What kind of nonsense is Lord Husband spouting? Us sisters are naturally married to a chicken, married to a dog, married to a chicken, married to a dog. You'll never be able to get rid of us." Although Su Yan and the others didn't speak, they all looked at him with smiles on their faces. Not to mention that they knew the truth of the matter just now. Even if Yang Kai really betrayed the demon territory, they would not hesitate at all. Hearing these words, Zhou Cheng's expression became even more pained. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He glanced over and waved his hand, saying, "Enough. This lord has just returned to the palace. I don't want to waste my breath on idle people. If you dare to continue chattering, I'll take your dog life. Then, he smiled wickedly, you said it yourself. This lord is a demon, ruthless and ruthless. Killing people is not difficult for this lord. Zhou Qing felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at, but unexpectedly, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. If this Zhou's death can allow Grandmaster Xia to see Palace Master Yang's true face and escape from this sea of bitterness, what harm is there in dying? Ji Ying frowned and said, Zhou Qing, don't make trouble. Although he didn't like Zhou Qing very much, his identity as a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist could not be ignored. In the War of the Two Realms, the demand for spirit pills was great. One more alchemist meant more spirit pills, which could save many lives in times of crisis. Zhou Qing slowly shook his head, Grandmaster Ji, there is no need to say more. This Zhou has made up his mind. He then turned to Xia Ningchang and said, Grandmaster Xia, this Zhou hopes that you can live well, so this Zhou can die in peace. Xia Ningchang frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. In the past, although Zhou Qing had often consulted her about alchemy, she hadn't thought much of it and just thought it was a normal exchange between fellow alchemists. But today, she found that something was wrong. This guy seemed to have some kind of special thoughts about her. If you want to die, this old master can help you. A cold snort came from Meng Wuya, who was not far away. Originally, Meng Wuya and the others were ready to leave, but Ji Ying led a dozen alchemists over aggressively, so they stopped not far away. Seeing this, how could Meng Wuya not know what was going on? He had raised Xia Ningchang single-handedly and regarded her as his own. Being able to marry Yang Kai was a wonderful thing, but now someone had jumped out to cause trouble. How could Meng Wuya tolerate it? Although he was only a Dao Source realm cultivator, not much stronger than Zhou Qing was an alchemist and was not good at fighting. If they really fought, Meng Wuya was confident that he could destroy him. Zhou Qing slowly shook his head, ignoring Meng Wuya and looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, not because of Zhou Qing, but because he noticed something else. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in a certain direction, then looked at Su Yan and said, someone is attacking the sect defending array? Who would be so bold? A burst of weak energy fluctuations came from outside, a sign that the sect defending array had been activated. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and found that hundreds of people had gathered outside the High Heaven Palace, a dozen of them using their secret techniques and artifacts to attack the sect defending array. Su Yan said, it's a common occurrence, don't worry about it. Isn't this the first time? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing explained, every once in a while, someone will come to cause trouble. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai understood the situation. Because of Yang Kai, the great emperors had ordered the High Heaven Palace to be sealed off, and their disciples were not allowed to enter or leave. The great emperors only did this to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace, but the world didn't know the situation inside and only thought that there was something wrong with the High Heaven Palace. In the past few years, the High Heaven Palace's reputation could be said to be in tatters. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there were still people who wanted to use the High Heaven Palace's name to rise. Although the High Heaven Palace was established not long ago, it had first destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, then joined forces with Iceheart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and the High Sky sect to unify many sects in the Northern Territory. Masters were as common as clouds in the sky, and it could be said to be one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Normally, ordinary sects could only look up to the High Heaven Palace, not daring to act rashly. However, the High Heaven Palace had sealed off the mountain and activated the Grand Array, giving some people an opportunity to take advantage of it. When the passage between the two worlds opened and the human race and demon race fought, the world energy of the star boundary surged. In the past few years, the Emperor Realm had appeared in the star boundary, and the Emperor Realm also had the qualifications to establish their own sects, but they were not well known and had no disciples. What could they do? Step on the High Heaven Palace and rise to the top. They would either gather their fellow Taoists or lead their disciples to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace and act recklessly in the name of vanquishing demons, shouting and cursing endlessly. As a result, their reputation naturally spread. When people mentioned it, they could also say that they had been to the High Heaven Palace to vanquish demons and defend the Tao. However, the High Heaven Palace's grand array was tightly sealed and they did not dare to fight. What did the High Heaven Palace not dare to fight? However, Yang Kai was far away in the demon race's territory and bore the name of a traitor. The High Heaven Palace did not want to cause trouble and smear Yang Kai's name. Whenever they encountered such a situation, the head chief and the second chief would usually ignore it. In any case, the sect-protecting grand array was placed there, and those people could not break through it. At most, they would just cause trouble for a few days before dispersing. In the past few years, similar situations had occurred more than 10 times. This time, it was a coincidence that Yang Kai was returning to the palace. After listening to Zhu Qing's explanation, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "The battle between the two worlds is in full swing. Why are they not going to the Western Territory to contribute? Why are they causing trouble in front of the High Heaven Palace?" Shuiyu sighed, "In this world, there are always some flies and dogs." Yang Kai sneered, "Let's go take a look." Saying so, he turned around and rushed towards the mountain gate. The women glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Not far away, Meng Wuya, Hua Qingxi, and the others also followed closely. Seeing this, Zhou Qing shouted, "Where is Palace Master Yang going? You still haven't given us an explanation about Grandmaster Xia." Ji Ying sighed, "Zhou Qing, don't say anything more. Let's forget about today's matter. Things are not what you think, Palace Master Yang." Zhou Qing slowly shook his head and interrupted, "Grandmaster Ji, this Zhou appreciates your kindness, but there is no need to persuade me. This Zhou respects Grandmaster Xia and only hopes that she can have a perfect home. However, Palace Master Yang is not a good person and cannot be entrusted with her life. This Zhou really cannot ignore it. Today, this Zhou must have a good talk with him." He saw that although Yang Kai had spoken ruthlessly before, it was all bark and no bite, so he suddenly became more confident and more fearless. As he spoke, he also hurriedly chased after him. Ji Ying frowned, a look of helplessness and irritation appearing on his face. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Does Grandmaster Ji feel a little embarrassed?" However, this old master feels that Zhou Cheng's words are not completely unreasonable. Putting aside his personal thoughts, Grandmaster Xia is indeed a treasure of my star boundary. Palace Master Yang is currently powerless to protect himself, so if Grandmaster Xia can sever her relationship with him, she will not be implicated by him. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and shook his head. With an outsider saying so, he really couldn't explain anything. High Heaven Palace's mountain gate was carefully built by the South Gate Army in the past. After all, it was one of the top sects, so naturally, it had to be built with a majestic aura to show the heritage of a top sect. In front of the huge mountain gate, there was a horizontal plaque with the words High Heaven Palace on it. 300 meters outside the mountain gate was the protective range of the sect defending array. Looking from outside the array, it was impossible to see the scene inside High Heaven Palace, only a thick cloud of fog. However, if one were to stand inside the formation, they would be able to see the situation outside clearly. When Yang Kai arrived at the mountain gate, he saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard holding a long sword fiercely attacking the array. That long sword was an emperor artifact with lightning flashing on it. As it danced, the sound of thunder rang out continuously, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was an extraordinary sight to behold. Bolts of lightning bombarded the array, causing the clouds to churn continuously, but they couldn't do anything to the array at all. This array was personally arranged by the South Gate Army, so even if a First-Order Emperor Realm Master died of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Next to the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen Dao Source realms assisting him. They didn't cooperate with each other, each using their own secret techniques and artifacts, their moves dazzling. Kai Yang only glanced at it for a moment before giving it a fancy comment. Whether it was the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm or the dozen Dao Source realms, their moves only looked beautiful, but they didn't have any power at all. However, these tricks didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes, but the hundreds of people watching from behind watched with keen interest, their eyes shining brightly. Chapter 36:19. Not only were they watching with great interest, but they were also shouting non-stop. 300 meters behind the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and the dozen or so Dao Source realm cultivators, several young people were holding a large flag. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind, and the words "Mountain Splitter" were written in black. It was unknown who had written it, but it seemed to have some skill. The silver hook and iron strokes were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was extraordinary, and the combination of red and black made it look even more ferocious. At this moment, as their sect elders attacked, the young people holding the flag shouted in unison, "Mountain Splitter, old ancestor, divine technique is boundless." The hundreds of people behind them also shouted in unison. Their expressions were fanatical, as if they wanted to turn the sky upside down. The man from the Emperor realm attacked a few more times, and the people holding the flag shouted in unison again, "Soaring firmament demon, bow down and accept your death." The sword light became brighter and brighter, and the sword momentum became more and more destructive. Layers of sword light danced together, and the figure of the man from the Emperor realm could barely be seen. His Emperor Chi surged out, rolling up a wave of energy. The person holding the flag shouted at the right time, "Subdue demons, Mountain Splitter first." The destructive sword light suddenly condensed into a single point, and the momentum of the Emperor realm was fully displayed. The middle-aged Emperor realm master looked solemn as he pointed his sword at the array and shouted, "Go." A beam of sword light blasted into the array, and then, it disappeared without a trace. The people from behind shouted again, "Mountain Splitter, Mountain Splitter, Star World Third." At least they had some self-awareness and didn't shout the slogan of first and second. A few hundred meters away, Yang Kai stood in the array, looking forward with a strange expression. It was a mess. The scene in front of him could only be described as a mess. He couldn't help but turn to Hua Qingxi and ask, "Are all the people who have been looking for trouble these past few years this kind of trash?" The chief executive coughed lightly. "Most of them are, but there are a few who have a little bit of skill." Although Hua Qingxi was only a first-order Emperor realm master, she was still from Star Soul Palace, the orthodox sect of the Southern Territory. The training she received was not something these rising stars could compare to. Although many people from the Emperor realm had appeared under the Star World energy tide, most of them were good and bad. Most of those who came here to cause trouble and step on the High Heaven Palace, they weren't really capable, so they naturally wouldn't enter her eyes. "You're spoiling them." Yang Kai sneered softly. Although he said so, he also knew that it wasn't that the High Heaven Palace was spoiling them. It was just that the High Heaven Palace had been in an awkward situation in the past few years. The great emperors had ordered the mountain to be sealed, and no one dared to activate the sect defending array when Yang Kai wasn't around. In addition, they also had to worry about Yang Kai's reputation, so they could only let them do as they pleased. Outside the array, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was in high spirits. He had been cultivating hard for many years, but his cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the third-order Dao Source realm. There was no hope for him to break through, and he didn't have much time left. He thought that he could only waste his life here, and there was no hope for him to see the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Discouraged, he abandoned all restraint and acted unscrupulously. Who would have thought that after the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, there would be a new phenomenon in the star world? He didn't know if this great world had sensed some kind of crisis, but the world principles had repaired itself and created an energy tide, making it much easier for many cultivator to cultivate than before. One day, when the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was reminiscing about the flowers, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and entered a meditative state. When he woke up again, he had inexplicably broken through to the Emperor Realm. He was wild with joy and surprise. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen into his lap. A breakthrough was equivalent to a new life. He sorted out his state of mind, found a quiet place, and went into seclusion for 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. The day he came out of seclusion, he established his own sect. The name of the sect was taken from his own name, the Mountain-Splitting Sect. However, at this moment, the war of the two realms was in full swing. The 4 territories of the Star World had all received the conscription order from the great emperors. Countless cultivators stepped onto the nearest space array and rushed to the battlefield in the Western Territory with hot blood to fight against the demon race. For the Star World, this was a good thing, but for the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, it was a terrible thing. There was no other reason. Since he had established a sect, he naturally had to open his doors and accept disciples. In normal times, if a sect was established in the Emperor Realm, even if it was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, the number of applicants would be as many as carps crossing the river. They could easily support a medium-sized sect. But now, most of the cultivator with a little cultivation had gone to the Western Territory. He couldn't recruit anyone even if he wanted to. Those he could recruit were all low-level cultivators. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was worried. He was really worried. For this reason, he went to visit an old friend of his. That old friend's situation was basically similar to his. He had also wasted many years in the third-order Dao Source realm and had no hope of breaking through. He had only recently broken through to the Emperor realm. However, he had established a sect and easily recruited thousands of disciples. Since then, he had been living a high and mighty life. The beautiful female disciples under him were simply dazzling to the eyes, making one's heart beat faster. After asking for advice, he learned that his old friend had once led people to the High Heaven Palace to eliminate the demon race. Although the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was powerful and his old friend couldn't do anything to the High Heaven Palace, after the news spread, the sect gate was immediately flattened by people who came to learn from him. His old friend had pointed out a bright path, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was a little worried. He knew about the High Heaven Palace's situation, but could he really escape unscathed if he attacked such a behemoth? After struggling and hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and led the hundreds of people he had painstakingly recruited to the High Heaven Palace's sect gate. After making a ruckus today, he found that the situation here was just as his old friend had said. No one from the High Heaven Palace responded, and the sect-protecting array was also tightly shut. When he heard the disciples behind him shouting in unison, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master suddenly became high-spirited. He felt that the majestic High Heaven Palace was nothing more than this. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His figure leaped up, clenching his long sword with both hands. When he activated his Emperor's Chi, a shocking sword light slashed down at the sect-protecting array. He shouted majestically, "Break!" The sword light blasted into the sect-protecting array, causing the clouds to churn endlessly. With a strange rumbling sound, the churning clouds dispersed to both sides, revealing a passage in the middle that stretched all the way inwards. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, who had turned over and landed on the ground, was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at the passage, a huge question in his heart: how did it break? How did it break? His old friend had said that the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was personally arranged by the Southern Gate Army. Its foundation was the Seeking Passion Sect Spirit Array, which the Southern Gate Army had modified and rebuilt. Who was the Southern Gate Army? They were the most outstanding Emperor Array Masters in the Northern Territory. In the current world, only the patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, Gongzhen, could compare with them in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. The High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array could not be shaken, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break it. But the scene in front of him couldn't be clearer. He had broken the sect-protecting array with a single slash of his sword. He had shouted those words just now to show off his imposing manner and to coordinate with his attack. Who knew that his words would come true? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master knew that he definitely didn't have the ability to break the Sect Protecting Array Master's Sect Protecting Array. After a short moment of confusion and hesitation, he immediately understood what the scene in front of him meant. It wasn't that he had broken the Sect Protecting Array, but that the Sect Protecting Array had opened it. For a moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face suddenly turned pale. The High Heaven Palace had a bad reputation in the past few years, but who in the Northern Territory did not know that the High Heaven Palace was one of the top sects? They had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and united the other 3 sects to unify the Northern Territory. No one dared to disobey their orders. There were countless masters in the Emperor Realm, so how could he, a mere newly promoted master from the Emperor Realm, be qualified to act presumptuously in front of their door? Before, he was just relying on the fact that the Sect Protecting Array Master would ignore him, but now, what would happen to him? His mind raced. He knew that he was in big trouble, but the disciples behind him did not know. Even the dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters who attacked with him did not know. Everyone only heard their sect master shout, "Break," and then the High Heaven Palace's Sect Protecting Array was really broken. The dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters turned their heads to look at the middle-aged Emperor Master, their faces filled with surprise and shock. They had just joined the mountain-splitting sect not long ago, so they did not know how strong this middle-aged man was. Now, it seemed that their sect master's methods were simply unfathomable. If they were like this, then there was no need to mention the hundreds of disciples behind them. The few young men holding the flag were stunned for a moment before they roared loudly, "Mountain-splitting old ancestor, the divine technique is boundless. Demon soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. Mountain-splitting old ancestor, the divine technique is boundless. Demon soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death." A series of shouts shook the sky, bolstering the prestige of their old ancestor. The cheers that were pleasing to his ears a moment ago were now noisy and grating. The middle-aged man wished he could turn around and sew up the mouths of these people who did not have eyes. The array no longer churned, and a 10-meter-long passage stretched to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace. Only now did the middle-aged man have a chance to see the majesty of the High Heaven Palace. The 3 shining words made him almost unable to open his eyes. He had no choice but to open his eyes as a group of people stood in front of the gate. The leader of this group was a young man with a dignified appearance, starry eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. The corners of his mouth were slightly curled as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The other party was not standing very high, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master could not help but have an illusion that this person was like a god, looking down at him from high above. He could not help but bend his waist a little. Beside the young man, there were numerous women with different dispositions, but all of them were exceedingly beautiful. It was rare for any of these women to be seen normally, yet at this moment, they had appeared in groups and were gathered around the young man like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. This allowed everyone to understand with a single glance that the young man was the one in charge here, and the others were merely foils. Not only that, there was a large group of people standing behind him, all of them looking unfriendly. Several of them were emitting the aura of the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were first-order masters, similar to the middle-aged man, their auras were much stronger than his. This undoubtedly showed that their strength was higher than his, otherwise, they would not be acting like this. He had accidentally poked a hornet's nest. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master's heart turned cold. Chapter 36:20. The shout stopped, the great formation broke open, and such a large group of people suddenly appeared inside. Those mountain split sect disciples were shocked as well. The clamor that soared into the sky suddenly turned silent, appearing extremely abrupt, and actually made people feel somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, looking around, the gazes of the several hundred disciples were quickly attracted by Su Yan and the others. Most of these people who joined the mountain split sect didn't have high cultivations and were young, so when had they ever seen so many stunning beauties? For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, and a few of them even opened their mouths wide, completely unaware of what was happening. The beguiling demon queen even smiled charmingly at them, causing several young people to groan on the spot as blood flowed from their noses, all of them exclaiming in their hearts, "She actually smiled at me." At this moment, Zhou Qing hurriedly rushed over and glanced at the mountain split sect disciples outside the spirit array, frowned, and ignored them, instead turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Palace Master Yang, the matter just now has not been settled yet, please give us an explanation." Palace Master Yang? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master almost jumped up in fright when he heard this. Since they had come to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, how could they not know who the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace was? This was the guy who had disobeyed the Great Emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, escaping from the Great Emperors and then being hunted down by Li Wu Yi. This person's name was Yang Kai. His name matched, and his appearance matched the legend as well. He was a handsome and extraordinary young man. This person was actually the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai. Didn't they say he had betrayed the star boundary, become the demon race, and went to the demon race's territory? How could he appear here? Could it be that he had returned from the demon race's territory? But that couldn't be right. After what happened back then, how could he dare to return to the star boundary? Right at this moment, a young man who was holding a flag at the back suddenly shouted righteously, "Evil demon, die." Not only did he shout, but he also stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. Shouts rang out once more as hundreds of people shouted once more. The middle-aged venerable emperor's face was extremely pale and his body was trembling. He wished he could turn around and kill all the disciples he had painstakingly recruited on the spot. Now, the cheers of his disciples were no longer cheering for him. They were simply putting him on a bonfire. He was terrified and uneasy in his heart, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. The disciples were all watching, so he couldn't lose too much face. Today, he had come to make a name for the Mountain Split sect. If he didn't handle it well, not to mention accepting disciples in the future, it was hard to say whether he could keep the Mountain Split sect's property. Demons? Yang Kai glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled faintly. Today, there was already more than one person who had said this to him. Just now, the first sentence that Zhou Cheng had said to him was that he was a demon. Now, he actually heard it from a group of strangers. It seemed that his reputation in the star boundary was completely ruined. However, Yang Kai didn't care. When he accepted the request of the great emperors to enter and become the demon race's territory, he had already expected today's situation. The words of others passed through his ears, so he didn't take them to heart. The large flag in the crowd was too conspicuous. It was blood red and had large black and gold words on it, so it was difficult not to notice it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab it. He was clearly hundreds of meters away, but by the time he pulled back, the large flag had already been caught. The disciples holding the flag suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. How could the flag in the hands of others be so similar to their own? They looked up at their own flag. Where was it? Only then did they understand that their flag had been snatched away. Mountain Split sect? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged venerable emperor. The middle-aged venerable emperor's throat was on fire and his mouth was dry, but he held his sword behind his back with one hand and formed a seal in front of him with the other. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yes, this king is Li Kaishan, and the sect I founded is naturally the Mountain Split sect. May I ask if your excellency is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace? That's me. Yang Kai nodded gently. What advice does sect master Li have? How could he dare to have any advice? Li Kaishan only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, the further the better. Although Palace Master Yang had a pleasant expression on his face, Li Kaishan couldn't help but feel his blood run cold, as if there was an invisible guillotine hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Calming himself down, Li Kaishan said, I heard that Palace Master Yang became the demon race back then and became the demon race. The High Heaven Palace was also listed as an evil sect and was cursed by everyone. Therefore, this Li brought his disciples here to defend the Tao and eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. However, seeing Palace Master Yang's righteous aura now, this Li is afraid there has been some misunderstanding. This Li was rash, so I hope Palace Master Yang can forgive me. Yang Kai smiled, you are not mistaken, and there is no misunderstanding. This king did indeed become the demon race and become the demon race. As soon as he said this, Li Kaishan was stunned, Su Yan and the others were stunned, and Meng Wuya and the others were also stunned. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai looked perfectly normal at the moment. How could there be any sign of a misfire that would become the demon race? A misfire that would become the demon race would cause one to lose one's mind and not recognize one's relatives. In the worst case, one's cultivation would be crippled and one would perish. However, Yang Kai looked perfectly fine no matter how they looked at him, so they just thought he was talking nonsense. Li Kaishan forced a laugh, Palace Master Yang is joking. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, and said faintly, do I look like I'm joking? As soon as he finished speaking, rolling demonic chi gushed out from his body. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black chi, and only his eyes reflected a terrifying light. The black chi on the surface of his body was extremely evil, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If this wasn't demonic chi, then what was it? Su Yan and the others had strange looks in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. To them, there was no difference whether Yang Kai become the demon race or not become the demon race. Meng Wuya and the others looked worried. They glanced at each other and thought of 3 words at the same time, demonic path. Li Kaishan, on the other hand, turned pale with fright and took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic chi, with a face full of shock and disbelief. In his heart, he screamed that the rumors were true. This person had actually become the demon race. There was no reason for anyone to become the demon race. He had provoked him first, so how could he have a good ending? Therefore, when he saw the demonic chi rolling, Li Kaishan's first thought was to quickly leave this place. But how could he leave? He didn't know when, but the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the more he was bound. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. But this scene was completely different in the eyes of the hundreds of disciples. Their own sect was facing the demonic chi, but he was indifferent, as steady as an immovable mountain. Their morale was greatly boosted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. In the pitch-black demonic chi, a pair of scarlet eyes jumped like flames. His tone was gloomy, you just said that you want to eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. Li Kaishan kept his mouth shut. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. The blood in his chest was rolling, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, blood would gush out. If you really want to, you should go to the Western Territory. Why are you looking for wild food in front of my door? Yang Kai sneered, there are countless demon race there. Sect Master Li can kill however he wants. You've come to the wrong place here. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, this palace master left the palace for several years. The High Heaven Palace was ordered by the great emperors to close the mountain. It wasn't because they were afraid that the world would come knocking on their door, but because they had other duties. Did the great emperors ever say that the High Heaven Palace is an evil sect? Instead, it's you little rascals who come to stir up trouble every few days in the name of eliminating the demon race, splashing dirty water on my High Heaven Palace and ruining the reputation of my High Heaven Palace. You really deserve to die. Since you're courting death, then this king will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the flag in his hand. With a whistling sound, the flag turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards Li Kaishan. Cries of alarm rang out all around. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Shao, and the others all shouted, no. It was inevitable that the High Heaven Palace would be misunderstood by the world because of Yang Kai. Others using the name of the High Heaven Palace to stir up trouble was despicable, but they didn't deserve to die. If Yang Kai really killed him here, it would only confirm that Yang Kai was an evil demon. With his reputation ruined, how could he establish a foothold in the star boundary? But Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others were only Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could they stop him? The only one present who had the ability to stop Yang Kai was Zhu Qing, but Zhu Qing was completely indifferent. Li Kaishan's eyes widened when the flag turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He never thought that Yang Kai would really kill him. He exclaimed in his heart that the demon race was really unreasonable. At this moment of life and death, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence before retreating. But he couldn't retreat. Just as he spat out the blood essence, Li Kaishan felt a huge force coming from the front and hitting his chest. He was like a deflated balloon, all the strength in his body leaking out from his chest. Looking down, there was a huge hole in his chest. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels could be seen clearly. Looking up, Li Kaishan opened his mouth. He only spat out a single word before he fell on his back, no longer breathing. On the other side, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, his scarlet eyes indifferent and cold. Ever since his emperor qi had been converted into demon qi, Yang Kai had hidden an evil aura in his heart. Although he had the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind and wouldn't completely become the demon race, his strength would more or less affect his temperament. If not for this, he wouldn't have half-forced Ru Meng in the first place. It was the same today. In the War of the Two Realms, countless cultivator had gone to the Western Territory to shed their blood. It was fine if some people didn't contribute, but they were fighting among themselves. Since they didn't go to the Western Territory, what was the point of having the Emperor Realm's cultivation? In addition, Zhou Cheng's appearance and words just now made him very unhappy. However, Zhou Cheng was just an alchemist and wasn't very strong, so he couldn't bully the weak. Li Kaishan's appearance gave him an outlet to vent his anger. Since he was here, he might as well die here. It would save him from any blind people coming to the High Heaven Palace in the future to eliminate the demon race and smear the High Heaven Palace's reputation. For the current Yang Kai, killing Li Kaishan wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, his thoughts were clear and he felt very comfortable. Just as Li Kaishan was about to die, a strange cackle rang out. Gue Zhu brazenly made his move. Just now, he had asked Yang Kai if he wanted to kill his way out. Now, he had the opportunity to make his move. A large banner flew over and wrapped around the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, immediately disappearing without a trace. Chapter 36-21. The large banner was like a living creature, vibrating a few times before spitting out more than a dozen shriveled corpses and returning them to Gue Zhu's hands. In just a short moment, these dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators had their souls sucked dry by the 10,000 soul banner. Gue Zhu's methods were truly terrifying. In terms of visual impact alone, he was far superior to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-splitting sect master and a dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators were all wiped out. The hundreds of disciples who were watching from behind instantly felt their limbs turn cold, and their bodies turn cold. All of them looked ahead with terrified expressions. Their strengths weren't high, and they didn't even understand what had happened, but the experts from their families had already turned into corpses. Only now did they understand that their mountain-splitting old ancestor had acted so arrogantly before only because the other party did not want to pay attention to him. When the other party really wanted to, their mountain-splitting old ancestor was no more difficult to kill than a mosquito. In front of such a tragedy, several female disciples were so scared that they cried. Their old ancestor was dead, so how could they survive? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want to die here? Ling Tai Su shouted at those people. A loud shout finally pulled those people back to reality. Someone screamed in horror and turned around to flee. With someone taking the lead, naturally there would be others who followed. For a moment, hundreds of people turned around and ran for their lives. Many people were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground after running for a few steps. Then, they scrambled to their feet and staggered to run. After a dozen breaths of time, the hundreds of people had all fled. Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would kill them all. If that were the case, they really did not know what to do. Li Kaishan and the dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators who attacked the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had died. After all, no one's sect defending array could be attacked casually. Attacking the sect defending array was tantamount to provoking the sect. If they overestimated themselves and were killed, they would only have themselves to blame. However, those hundreds of young people were still ignorant and had only followed the orders of their sect's elders, so they probably did not know the consequences of their actions. Now that everyone was running for their lives and Yang Kai didn't stop them, they were all relieved. Yang Kai gradually withdrew his demon qi and returned to his original appearance. Just by looking at his calm face, it was impossible to imagine that evil side of him just now. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace will be open for business. Yang Kai ordered calmly. When Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing heard this, their expressions turned solemn, and they said excitedly, "We obey the palace master's decree." There was no way they wouldn't be excited. For the past few years, the name of the evil sect and the order of the great emperors to seal off the mountains had been pressing down on the High Heaven Palace's head. It was as heavy as 2 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. Perhaps the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't feel it too deeply. After all, most of them came from the Star Territory and weren't very strong now. Most of them were in closed-door training. However, the higher-ups of the High Heaven Palace were very concerned about it. Opening the gates to the world was the same as dispelling the clouds and revealing the moon. It was towering palace proving themselves to the world. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai shouted again. Hua Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward. "Subordinate is here." Which sects have acted like the mountain-splitting sect in the past few years? Did you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi glanced at him and showed a helpless look. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she still nodded and said, "I remember." It was because she understood Yang Kai that she remembered all the sects that had come to provoke and cause trouble in the past few years, all for the sake of today's question from Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "Very good. I'll have to trouble Sister Hua to take some people to those sects and send all the cultivator above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory battlefield." The Western Territory. I'm afraid there will be some big movements in the near future. We are currently lacking people. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and said, "Yes." Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in pain. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Palace Master, there won't be any problems with this, right?" There was another explanation for killing the people who came to provoke them, but forcing them to serve in the Western Territory battlefield was a bit unreasonable. One had to know that the recruitment orders issued by the great emperors in the past few years were voluntary. Even the great emperors did not force anyone to participate in the War of the Two Worlds. Yang Kai's actions were too overbearing. What problems can there be? Yang Kai smiled happily. If they want to make a name for their sect, the best place to do so is on the battlefield. That's a good place to make a name for themselves. Me sending them there is a way to help them achieve their goals. Everyone was speechless. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make a name for oneself, but the premise was that one had to survive. In the past few years, the half-saint of the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary had fallen on the battlefield. Who could guarantee that they could escape unscathed from such a great war? However, those guys had been hiding in the northern territory all these years to enjoy life, so they were not worthy of sympathy. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his head to look into the High Heaven Palace. Everyone did not know what was going on, so they all looked in that direction. A moment later, a stream of light shot out from the sect and flew to the front, revealing a young man with an arrogant and indifferent expression. After he appeared, he did not look at anyone but Yang Kai. In an instant, everyone looked at this young man vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. For no other reason than the fact that this young man was showing extremely obvious hostility towards Yang Kai, as if he was facing an enemy. This young man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but his aura was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. This made everyone unable to help but mutter in their hearts, wondering which family this rising star was from to have such charm. Brother Yao, the only one who recognized him, was Ji Ying. The young man was insufferably arrogant, his eyes almost reaching his forehead as he looked down his nose at everyone, but he was very polite to Ji Ying, cupping his fists and greeting, Grandmaster Ji. What brings Brother Yao here? Ji Ying asked curiously. I'm looking for him. The young man pointed at Yang Kai, his expression returning to indifference. Yang Kai smiled and asked, Is there something you need, Brother Yao? In the past 2 or 3 days, even though no one had seen this young man before, they could guess his identity from the conversation between Ji Ying and Yang Kai. After all, the surname Yao was very rare. In the entire star boundary, there was probably no one else with the surname Yao. The son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, Hyoji. It was said that the Serene Soul Great Emperors had a son and a daughter. Among all the great emperors, he had the most children. The other great emperors either had no children or only one, and most of them were daughters. Only Yao Jun had a son. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder this young man looks so dignified. It turns out that he is the son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors. Yang Kai and Hyoji weren't very familiar with each other, only having met a few times. The first time they met was in the Shattered Star Sea, and after that, they didn't have much contact. However, he was more familiar with his younger sister, Yao Lin. This little girl had a bad temper and had suffered a lot at Yang Kai's hands. Last time, when Lan Sun, Gao Zhan, and the others were captured, it was Yang Kai who rescued them. It was at that time that Yu Rumeng transformed into Li Shiqing and planted a heart seal secret technique on Yang Kai, opening the prelude to the war between the two worlds. The two were not familiar with each other, so Yang Kai didn't know why Hyoji was looking for him. However, he didn't feel any pressure. One of his women was a demon saint, so a son of the great emperors wasn't worthy of his attention. By the order of the great emperors, Yang Kai receives the order. Hyoji suddenly raised his hand and held up a jade plate. The jade plate shone brightly under the scorching sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was filled with the aura of the great emperors, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Everyone's complexion changed. Yang Kai had just killed an emperor from the emperor realm who came to make trouble and showed the characteristics of his demon chi. He even ordered the High Heaven Palace to open its gates from today onwards. It hadn't been long since the great emperors issued an order, which inevitably made people feel a little uneasy. They didn't know if the matter here had already been spread, so the great emperors wanted to do something to Yang Kai. Everything else was fine, but the key was that Yang Kai's power couldn't be explained. The demon chi covering his body was exactly the same as the people of the demonic path in the legends, and the demonic path was an existence that was hated by the entire star boundary. Only one person showed a look of schadenfreude. Zhou Cheng's face was originally pale. Previously, Yang Kai had been all bark and no bite at him in the High Heaven Palace. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have enough confidence, so he chased him all the way here to demand an explanation. He watched as Yang Kai activated his demon chi and killed an emperor from the emperor realm without saying a word. Only then did he understand that this guy was vicious by nature and wasn't as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. When Li Kaishan was killed, he was really scared and felt that he really had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Yang Kai could even kill someone who provoked and made trouble, let alone someone who had the intention to snatch a woman from him. Originally, he had made up his mind not to tangle with Yang Kai anymore. He would go back and say a few soft words, and today's matter would be reduced to a small matter. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn and the great emperors would actually send an order? This was really a case of good being rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was definitely going to suffer. No matter how capable he was, if the great emperors really wanted to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Once the jade disc was released, everyone bowed their heads and listened to the order, including Yang Kai. Hyoji's lips curled into a sneer. Originally, the person who sent the order was not him. After all, this kind of thing could be done by just sending someone else. There was no need for him, the son of the great emperors, to personally do it. However, he forcibly took on this task. One of the reasons was because he wanted to see Yang Kai's respectful attitude in front of him. Although this respect was for the great emperors and not him, it was a fact that he bowed his head in front of him. Among the loud cheers, Hyoji shouted, "By the decree of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace Master Yang Kai has risked his life alone and become the demon race's territory to spy on the enemy. This is a great merit. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace's order to seal off the High Heaven Palace is revoked. Disciples of the High Heaven Palace may freely enter and leave." Hyoji's voice was not loud, but he circulated his emperor's chi, so it spread throughout the High Heaven Palace. After a brief moment of silence, the High Heaven Palace instantly boiled over. Chapter 36-22. Everyone around Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he had already met with the great emperors, no one doubted him. They knew that since he could return safely after meeting with the great emperors, it meant that he had already been cleared of the traitor's name. However, no one expected that the great emperors would actually pass down a decree to clarify this matter for Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace. No one in the High Heaven Palace doubted Yang Kai's words, but it was hard to say for outsiders. Without evidence, no one could say for sure. However, now that the great emperors had passed down a decree, it was the final conclusion. Yang Kai was not a traitor who had betrayed the astral boundary. He was a great hero who had taken the risk to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and spy on them. These were the words of the great emperors. Who dared to doubt them? Their palace master had turned from a traitor to the evil sects to a great meritorious official who had to endure humiliation for an important mission. Even the name of evil sect had been cleared. This change happened too quickly, and all the towering palace disciples felt their emotions surge, which was why they cheered so loudly. With their palace master, they felt honored. Their years of forbearance had finally paid off. It was not over yet. Hyoji continued, "Order the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, to be the commander of the GZ army. All personnel of the GZ army are to prepare their own supplies. If there are any objections, they can report them to the Seven Mist Sea Army Commander Li." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Hyoji. He blinked, thinking that he had misheard. If he had such a reaction, there was no need to talk about the others. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and then held their breaths. The astral boundary currently had 54 legions named Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. This newly established GZ army should be the 55th Legion. When Yang Kai was escorting Fan Xian and the others back to their base, he had talked to Fan Xian about this, so he knew the general situation of these armies. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, there were currently 54 armies in the astral realm. The last army's banner was the Wu Mao army. According to the order, the 55th army should be the Wu Chen army, followed by the Wu Si, Wu Wu, Wu Wei, Wu Shen, Wu Su, and Wu Hai legions. They had to wait for the Wu Heavenly Stems to be sorted before it was the GZ army's turn. There was nothing wrong with the great emperors allowing Yang Kai to establish a new army. But now, they had directly skipped 6 banners and given the GZ army's banner. Moreover, this banner was no ordinary banner. Among the existing 54 legions, all the legions with the banner Z were led by fake emperor-level masters without exception. This was because a legion with the banner Z was the beginning of an earthly branch. The legion commander had to report to Army Commander Li Wu Yi and supervise the other legions on the same day. In other words, the legion commander of a legion with the banner Z was half a superior to the other legion commanders on the same day. For example, if he created Ji Chou Army, Ji Yin Army, and Ji Mao Army, Yang Kai would be able to supervise the army commanders of these armies. If he gave orders to these army commanders, as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, these army commanders would unconditionally cooperate. Therefore, only fake emperors were qualified to be the legion commanders of legions with the banner Z. A third order, the emperor realm, couldn't convince the masses. So far, among the 54 legions in the astral realm, only 5 legions had the banner Z. These 5 legion commanders were the 5 strongest fake emperors. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan were among them. This was why Yang Kai was surprised and why everyone was shocked. If the great emperors had specially passed down a decree to clarify Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name as a traitor to the evil sect as compensation, then this appointment was a great favor. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was why the great emperors wanted him to prepare and establish a legion. He had told the great emperors in the Seven Mist Sea that he would have many things to deal with in the coming days. How could he have the time to prepare a legion? What's more, now that Yu Ru Meng, Bai Liemo, Chang Tian, and the others had arrived in the astral realm, they had many masters under them. The passage between the two worlds was sealed by Yang Kai. The demon race was isolated and without help, but the astral realm's army was ready to go. No matter how one looked at it, it was only a matter of time before the demon race was wiped out. What was the point of having more or less legions? But the great emperors must have their own reasons for doing this. Even if Yang Kai didn't understand, he could only suppress his doubts. He was going to ask Li Wuyi about the situation when he had time, or ask Zhan Wuhen. In any case, he had his own space spirit bead, so it was convenient for him to communicate. Yang Kai, you still don't want to accept the order? Yao Si snorted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Yang Kai acting so respectfully in front of him was very pleasing to the eye, but this kind of act of giving benefits to others made him very uncomfortable. High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, accept the order. Yang Kai had no choice but to shout loudly, respectfully stepped forward, and received the jade plate. The moment it entered his hand, the jade plate flowed with brilliance, and after a while, it changed into a ferocious order with the words, "My son," written on it. This should be the order of the Legion Commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, it also contained a secret divine technique that was sealed by the great emperors. It was hard to say how powerful it was, but it was definitely not something that a half-saint false emperor could contend against. It could be said that this was a life-saving talisman, a treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. The Legion Commander's role was very important. If they were really careless and fell on the battlefield, the entire army would be scattered. Therefore, every order of the Legion Commander had been refined by the great emperors, sealing a different divine technique inside. The great emperors had an agreement with the demon saint not to appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing was not included in the agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master, congratulations, Palace Master. You are now the Legion Commander of the GZ Army. From now on, wherever your son goes, all demons will retreat. Hua Qingxi congratulated with a smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding people immediately became noisy and congratulatory voices filled the air. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale again. There was no punishment, no condemnation. Not only did the great emperors revoke the order of the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain range, but they also cleared the name of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. They even bestowed him with the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. What kind of honor was this? One had to know that the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, Bing Yun, who was also a fake emperor, was only the Legion Commander of the Bingchen Army. Although they were both Legion Commanders, the GZ Army's status was undoubtedly higher than the Bingchen Army's. At this moment, Zhou Qing really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The corpses of Li Kaishan and the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators were still lying there, ignored by everyone. Zhou Qing didn't know if he would become the next one. Looking up, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was because Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him at all. He was just talking to the people around him with a smile on his face. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was elsewhere. Even though he wasn't far away, Zhou Qing couldn't hear what he was saying. Palace Master, why don't we just send the people from those sects to the GZ army? If they are under your command, you can deal with them however you want, Hua Qingxi suggested with a smile. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to take a trip to those sects that had provoked the High Heaven Palace and send their origin king realm and above cultivator to the Western Territory. She hadn't expected such a change to occur. If the GZ army was to be established, it would indeed require a large number of people. Not to mention the character of those people for the time being, there were quite a few from the Emperor realm and Dao Source realm cultivators among them. If they were to fill the GZ army, it would be beneficial to the army. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "This king is only sending them to the Western Territory to give them a chance. How could I deal with them? My star boundary's population is inferior to that of the demon territory. In this battle between our two realms, anyone who can go on the battlefield is a precious resource." After a pause, he continued, "But if they follow this king can take care of them a little, lest they die too quickly on the battlefield. Let them join the GZ army in the future." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, "Yes." The corners of her mouth curled up as she tried to hold back her laughter. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at Hyoji with a smile. "Brother Yao, you must have worked hard. Since you are here, why don't you come in and have a seat? This Yang can also play host to you." Hyoji's expression was indifferent as he looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "No need. I came here this time to pass down orders on behalf of the great emperors and also because I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai was in a good mood and nodded cheerfully. "Brother Yao, if you have something to say, I won't refuse." Hyoji was just being polite. Although he was the son of the great emperors, there was no friendship between the two of them. How could Yang Kai be so straightforward? Moreover, Hyoji had a condescending look on his face. Even if there was something to be said, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Hyoji didn't waste time. He retracted his gaze from the sky and said directly, "Fight with me." Yang Kai was stunned. Although he knew that Hyoji definitely didn't have anything good to say to him, he didn't expect this to be the matter he wanted to talk about. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Is this person crazy? "There's no enmity between us," Hyoji said. "I only have one sister, and I treat her like a treasure." Without saying much, Yang Kai already understood what he meant. He wanted to avenge his sister. When Yang Kai and Yao Lin met for the first time outside the ancient wildlands, the other party suffered a great loss. At that time, Yang Kai almost killed her, but the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and saved Yao Lin's life. Although he didn't kill her, he wanted to kill her, but he didn't succeed. From another perspective, if someone wanted to kill Yang Shui, regardless of whether they took action or not, Yang Kai would never let them off easily. He also had a sister, and it was a little sister. So, Yang Kai could understand Hyoji's feelings very well. He nodded and said, "There's no need to say thank you. The last time I saved your sister was just a coincidence. It was just a small effort." Hyoji looked at him coldly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Is there anything else? Don't play dumb." Yao Si was naturally indifferent and was not good with words. What's more, what Yang Kai said was the truth, so there was no point in arguing. Since he couldn't argue, then there was no point in arguing and just directly attacked. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yao Si leapt up high, turned upside down, and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The power of this punch caused the wind and clouds to change color. After all, this was the son of a great emperor, so although his cultivation wasn't at the peak, his strength was still unfathomable. 90% of the people present suddenly let out a muffled groan, feeling that this punch was not aimed at Yang Kai, but themselves. If this punch had really hit them, would they have been able to block it? They couldn't block it, they could only stretch out their necks. Chapter 36-23. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and raised his head, not daring to move at all. As his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, Zhu Qing dashed forward and greeted him with a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Hyoji, who was 10 meters away, let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and raised his head, sighing, "Why bother?" Zhu Qing was a ninth-order giant dragon and possessed extraordinary strength. Even a half-saint might not necessarily be her opponent, let alone a mere second-order emperor realm Hyoji. Zhu Qing had already shown mercy by only sending him flying. In any case, he was the son of great emperors. If he had really been injured or killed, it would have been difficult to explain to the serene soul great emperors. But soon, Hyoji, who had been sent flying, rushed back with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily, "The palace master of the High Heaven Palace, a famous figure in the star boundary, only knows how to hide behind a woman? Don't you even have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If that's the case, Yang Kai, you've really disappointed me." Yang Kai smiled, "You're not my opponent, so there's no point in bullying you." Hyoji said, "How do you know I'm not your opponent if we haven't fought before? Don't think that you're really strong just because you're a minor realm higher than me. I'm Hyoji, not some random cat or dog you've encountered before." Yang Kai glanced at him with a strange expression. "Do you really want to fight that much? If you really want to fight, you can go to the Western Territory battlefield and fight however you want." Hyoji coldly snorted, "After the War of Two Realms broke out, I fought in the Western Territory and killed more than 3 to 5 high-ranked demon kings." His arrogance reappeared. A high-rank demon king was basically the same as a third-order emperor realm master. If he could kill a high-rank demon king, a third-order emperor realm master would naturally be able to as well. After speaking, he shouted angrily, "I'm only asking you, do you want to fight or not?" Yang Kai sighed, "What's the point of fighting if there's no benefit to it?" "You want benefits?" Hyoji's eyes flashed as he sneered, "Good. Then let's add some stakes. If I lose today, Hyoji's life will be yours." Yang Kai lowered his eyes, "Why would I want your life?" Calm, Yang Kai was Yang Kai's, if I lose, Yang Kai. Of Yang Kai's, I. Gee, but. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. "You want to be the army commander of your own army? If you want it, I'll go talk to the great emperors and have them change their orders." Although the great emperors made him the GZ army's legion commander out of kindness and compensation, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts. He still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he finished building an army, he would have to lead a large army on the battlefield in the future. Mobilizing troops to besiege a city was too much for him. He was more than willing to listen to someone else's orders. He didn't want to have to worry about the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The position of Legion Commander sounded high and mighty, but any military order would involve the lives of countless people. Hyoji snorted, "If I want something, I'll take it myself. There's no need for you to say anything." Yang Kai frowned. "But even if you win, what's the point? Do you have the confidence to convince the great emperors to let you take this position? If the great emperor's orders could be changed so easily, then it would be too outrageous." "You don't need to worry about that," Hyoji replied indifferently. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about Hyoji's words. He faintly felt that this was the real reason he came to the High Heaven Palace. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yaolin and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the serene soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion Commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the deputy legion commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a legion commander faster than him? If it was any other legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wuxian army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So, if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours?" Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist, that was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qing, step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's chi surging and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space Divine Technique," the divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperors since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide, and pure spiritual energy turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this, but since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the Space Divine Technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome, but since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly. Because at that moment, he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords, and under this sudden change, he lost control of his mind and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength but still couldn't escape, and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into this sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. Chapter 36-24. Hyoji was shocked. How could he not know that he had been tricked? In a fit of anger, he bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his body with pain and restore his consciousness. The pain came, but there was no smell of blood. Hyoji was stunned. There was no smell of blood, which meant that he was not a physical body. Was he now, in the state of a soul avatar? If he hadn't taken a bite, Hyoji wouldn't have even noticed this. The child of Serene Soul was especially aware of the soul secret technique of others. As this thought flashed through Hyoji's mind, he completely lost control of his mind. When the soul-warming lotus was evolving, Yang Kai had comprehended a secret technique. This secret technique was strange, unpredictable, and difficult to guard against. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul cultivation, it could often surprise the enemy and seize the initiative. It was called the blossoming lotus. As soon as the blossoming lotus was formed, a white bud could rush into the enemy's knowledge sea and devour their soul power. However, after so many years, apart from the blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend any other soul secret techniques from the soul-warming lotus, nor did he deliberately cultivate any other secret techniques. After all, the blossoming lotus Tao was more than enough for the divine soul secret techniques. However, after having sex with Yu Ru Meng, his soul cultivation sword, Yang Kai discovered that his blossoming lotus secret technique had another transformation, the raging lotus. It was completely different from the blossoming lotus. It could even be said that it was a completely opposite soul secret technique. When the blossoming lotus was used, the enemy's vision would be filled with a bud, and when the flower bloomed, the enemy's soul power would be rapidly drained. When the raging lotus was used, it was a white lotus in full bloom that wrapped around the enemy's soul. When the lotus closed, it would seal the enemy's soul, cutting off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. If any creature wanted to live, walk, or speak, they had to become one with their body and soul. However, the angry lotus could cut off this state of unity. The connection between the soul and the body was cut off. Then, the body would become a walking corpse without any thoughts of its own. No matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to use it. Just like Hyoji at this moment, the world was completely sealed, and there was no light at all. Even his perception could not be sensed. Before he fell asleep, Hyoji's mind filled with anger. Evil, treacherous bastard, I've been tricked. One couldn't blame him for thinking this way. The main reason was that when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai seemed ready to give up the position of army commander, as if as long as he rushed over, Yang Kai would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the position of army commander. However, when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to make a move. Hateful, absolutely hateful. And had of the grade of soul of serene soul. Of serene soul. And of soul thought. Yang. Serene soul power he. The great emperors didn't even look at him. They just said that he was inferior. Hyoji refused to accept it. He brought the great emperor's order to the High Heaven Palace to issue a challenge. He never thought that he would end up in such a state. And now, Hyoji was even more unwilling to accept it. He felt that if he fought openly with Yang Kai, it would be hard to say who would win. However, Yang Kai was so treacherous. It was too unfair. Hyoji was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a deep sleep. This battle may have been dangerous for Hyoji, but to outsiders, it was only an instant. When Hyoji rushed over, Yang Kai met him head-on. Then, the two of them passed each other and stood still. Because Hyoji was facing him, everyone could clearly see that the light in his eyes had faded. He stood there with empty eyes. Yang Kai slowly turned around, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, where Yang Kai was standing before, an afterimage gradually faded away. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Ling Tai-su frowned and said, "Nothing happened to him, right?" Although Hyoji's previous performance was not very likable, it was only because of his personality. He had no enmity with the High Heaven Palace. The other party was also the son of the great emperors. The High Heaven Palace really couldn't do anything to him. "Nothing, he just fell asleep," Yang Kai replied. Fell asleep, everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Hyoji was only for a short moment, the divine sense fluctuations that burst out at the same time were extremely clear. Thinking about the whole process, how could anyone not know that the two of them fought at the divine sense level? But in the end, one was safe and sound, while the other was asleep. The one who was safe and sound was Yang Kai, while the one who fell asleep was Hyoji. If it was any other second-order Emperor Realm Master who encountered such a thing, everyone wouldn't be too surprised, but this person was the son of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, the leader of the younger generation who had been personally nurtured by the great emperors of the Serene Soul since childhood. How strong was Yang Kai's soul to be able to do this without batting an eyelid? They couldn't figure it out, and they didn't dare to think about it. But in any case, most of the people present had the same thoughts as Hyoji. Yang Kai had clearly shown mercy before, so why did he suddenly attack at the last moment? The only thing that was certain was that this was definitely related to Hua Qingxi's sound transmission. After all, it was because of Hua Qingxi's sound transmission that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly soared. They just had to ask Hua Qingxi later to find out. He will wake up in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Sister Hua, please take care of him for a while. And, when he wakes up, let him understand his current situation. Heh, this is really interesting, Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, rest assured, Palace Master, this subordinate will definitely let him understand. Yang Kai nodded and bowed to the crowd, I haven't returned for several years, and I still have many things to attend to. This junior will take his leave first. I will pay my respects to the elders later. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything. He spread his arms like an eagle's wings and gathered Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shan Qing Luo, Shuiyu, and Zhu Qing to his side. Like herding sheep, he walked towards the high heaven palace. What bullsh** T was there to be tied up with? It was obvious that he was going to be intimate with his wives. Seeing this, the group of elders couldn't help laughing and shaking their heads. Only Meng Wuya was not very happy, pulling a long face as if the whole world owed him millions. Everything had happened so suddenly that Su Yan and the others were all a bit stunned. After regaining their composure, how could they not understand Kai Yang's intentions? But in broad daylight, with so many elders in front of them, each and every one of them blushed and were driven away by Kai Yang. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Ji Ying and the others. Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted this king to give you an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Zhou Cheng was originally hiding behind Ji Ying, but who knew that Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go? Hearing this, his body swayed and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Ji Ying had used his Emperor Qi to protect him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. However, being called out by Yang Kai, he couldn't not respond. He lowered his head and said in fear and trepidation, "This Zhou has misspoken. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang." When he saw Yang Kai transform into an evil demon and directly kill Li Kai Shan, Zhou Qing realized that Yang Kai was different from the rest of the Emperor realm. He really dared to kill and didn't care about reputation at all. Later, the great emperors passed down a decree to clear Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace's name. They also gave him the position of commander of the GZ army. How could Zhou Qing dare to be presumptuous again? Previously, he could talk nonsense because he was in a position to criticize Yang Kai's identity as an evil demon. Now that he no longer had this position, his previous accusations were all a joke. Yang Kai glanced at him. Seeing that Zhou Cheng had admitted defeat, he didn't say anything else. He used his demon qi to wrap his 5 wives and rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. Within the black clouds, Xia Ningchang's cry of surprise could be heard. After he left, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, before Meng Wuya left, he coldly snorted at Zhou Cheng and waved his sleeve. Ji Ying frowned and muttered to himself for a long time before he sighed, "Zhou Cheng, go to the 7 Mist Sea. The High Heaven Palace has enough people. Last time, I heard from Army Commander Li that they needed more people." Zhou Cheng looked at Ji Ying and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He was obviously unwilling. Of course, he was unwilling. Although the 7 Mist Sea was considered safe, how could it compare to the High Heaven Palace, which was behind the star boundary? What's more, he had heard that the alchemists at the 7 Mist Sea would sometimes have to go to war with the army. Since they had to go to war, their lives might be in danger. However, before he could say anything, Ji Ying said, "Yang Kai is a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have provoked him, how could he let you go so easily? Now that he has the position of GZ Army Commander, you will only end up being recruited by him if you stay here. Do you want to go to war with the GZ Army and kill the enemy? If you want, you can stay here." Zhou Cheng's expression changed and he quickly cupped his hands. "I will follow Grandmaster Ji's arrangements." Ji Ying nodded, "Don't worry, the 7 Mist Sea is also very safe." After saying this, he led the group of alchemists and flew towards Medicine Pill Peak. An inexplicable sense of joy flashed through his heart. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just his alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Qing really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou Cheng have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the Furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. He hasn't woken up yet? Hua Qingxi smiled. Palace master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon. Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. Today's weather is really good. Hua Qingxi also said, yes, it's really good. Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. Chapter 36-25. Today's events could no longer be described as a double blessing. It was 3 blessings. If Hyoji was included, it would be 4 blessings. Thus, Hua Qingxi was in a particularly good mood. Sister Hua, what did you say to the palace master just now? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about this question. Everyone else was as well. It was just that she was the first to ask. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. 2 points. 2 points. Bian Yuqing frowned. Hua Qingxi chuckled. First, no matter who becomes the army commander of the GZ army, at least 20,000 disciples from the High Heaven Palace will join the GZ army. The palace master will be in charge of the army. It's better than handing the lives and futures of the disciples to others. The disciples will also be more willing to follow the palace master into battle. Bian Yuqing nodded. These words were correct. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to become the army commander of the GZ army. However, the recruitment of personnel and the preparation of resources had to be handled by the palace master himself. The High Heaven Palace had also accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Just in terms of personnel, the palace master would have at least 20,000 disciples joining the GZ army. This was the only way to support the general framework of the army. Rather than letting these 20,000 disciples follow the orders of others, it was naturally better to let Yang Kai control them. If they really went to the battlefield and fought against the demon race, even if the High Heaven Palace disciples weren't given special treatment, Yang Kai could at least treat them equally. It could be said that the first point that Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai had said was enough to make him value the position of the GZ army's army commander. He was indeed not interested in this position and didn't want to be ordered around. However, not being interested was one thing, and assessing the situation was another. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had a second reason to persuade him. What's the second point? Bian Yuqing asked again. The second point is that if we win against the Yao family, according to him, his life will belong to the palace master. As the son of the great emperors, I don't think he'd go back on his word. Since even his life belongs to the Asgard master, then it's only natural that the Asgard master would do something for him, for example, taking charge of the GZ army. Bian Yuqing revealed a look of understanding. She knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Hyoji had spoken in front of everyone, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. His life belonged to Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai asked him to do something, he definitely wouldn't refuse. If Yang Kai wasn't willing or liked the position of army commander, it didn't matter. He could just let Hyoji take charge. All the affairs of the army commander would be handed over to him. Yang Kai only needed to stand behind the scenes and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't waste his time and wouldn't interfere with his normal life. It was precisely because Hua Qingxi mentioned these 2 points that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. He felt that Hua Qingxi was right. The GZ army should be under his control. It would be even more profitable to get an army commander to work for him. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. This person from the Yao family tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Hua Qingxi said, I can only say that he underestimated the palace master. If Hyoji could hear this evaluation, who knew how he would feel? How dare he underestimate Yang Kai? He was the son of the great emperors. It wasn't wrong for him to think highly of himself. It wasn't wrong for him to treat others with arrogance because he had the ability to do so. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and Wen Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%. Wen Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more, He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. Almost without hesitation, his emperor Qi surged out and turned into a protective force that lingered around him. At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him out of thin air and fluttered around his body. The mirror was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was a top-grade defensive emperor artifact. He seemed to be still immersed in the moment when he fought with Yang Kai and did not recover. As soon as he woke up, he went all out and put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else. Only two women were standing not far away, looking at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyoji frowned and finally remembered what happened before he fell asleep. For a moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, his back was dripping with cold sweat. His expression was ugly because he had realized that he had lost. He had lost completely. Cold sweat because in the situation just now, if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he was afraid that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Even though he was sure that Yang Kai would not kill him, he still felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his emperor qi and his protective mirror. He stared at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He did not care about the others, he only asked about Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and bowed. "High Heaven Palace's Chief Hua Qingxi greets Army Commander Yao." "What Army Commander Yao? What did you say?" Even in the face of such a delicate beauty like Hua Qingxi, Hyoji's face was cold and indifferent, as if she was nothing in his eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "Army Commander Yao, have you forgotten? Just now when you challenged my palace master, he had set some stakes." Hyoji's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I did set a stake with that traitor. Now that I have lost, if he wants my life, I will give it to him." He still felt that Yang Kai had underestimated his opponent and deliberately made him lower his guard, then suddenly used the divine technique. If such a treacherous person was not a traitor, then what was he? But it was undeniable that Yang Kai's attainments in soul cultivation were indeed strong. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she replied, "My palace master has already said that he won't take Yao Zhangjun's life. However, since we have already made a bet, we can't go back on it now. Otherwise, if news of this matter spreads, it will only tarnish the reputation of our serene soul palace. However, if we just let it go like this, it will only make Yao Zhangjun feel like he has been underestimated. This is truly a headache." Saying so, she slowly shook her head, causing her fine black hair to flutter in the wind. Hyoji snorted coldly, "He won't take my life, but he wants a stake." "Just say it, what does he want?" Hua Qingxi said, "What does he want? What's more, although my High Heaven Palace is not comparable to the great Emperor's sex, we still have a strong foundation. Most of the things that exist in this world can be obtained by the High Heaven Palace, so my palace master doesn't want anything from Army Commander Yao. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't explain yourself, I will leave." Hyoji couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Qingxi. After all, it was Yang Kai who didn't want the stake, not him, so there was no pressure to leave. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Palace master said that he wants you to take charge of the GZ army, and that you can do whatever you want in the army." When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Qingxi smiled faintly at him. "Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army. He wants me to work under him?" Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly. Below one person and above millions. Hua Qingxi looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wu-yi had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Qingxi didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Qingxi in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then, he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 36-26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Qingxi with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With Army Commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future." Hua Qingxi smiled sweetly and bowed. Humph. Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time, he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task, but fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. "Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back?" Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi's smile was a bit forced. "I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him." Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji, from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Qingxi said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Qingxi turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Lingxiao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. "I don't know if there's enough time." "What do you mean by enough time?" Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Qingxi's face turned even redder as she whispered, "Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now." Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Hua Qingxi's expression became solemn. "But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King Realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days." "Okay." Bian Yuqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding with each other, so they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territory's branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bian Yuqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territory's branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the GZ army had been established and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King Realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hangluo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King Realm, and many Dao Source Realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor Realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shan Qing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shui Yu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other 4 women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling, as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shan Qing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shan Qing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Damn it, how can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? She just slowly shook her head. Shan Qing Luo propped herself up, knelt on the bed, and crawled towards the battlefield, her fine black hair scattered around her waist and buttocks. Along with the graceful curves of her body, she moved in a breathtaking arc, adding a different kind of allure. In the midst of the battle, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Shan Qing Luo raised her eyes and smiled at him charmingly. Then, she came behind Zhu Qing, reached out her hands, and hugged her, her slender jade fingers gently wandering over Zhu Qing's silky smooth body. Zhu Qing quivered, as if she had been greatly frightened. Reluctantly turning her head, she saw Shan Qing Luo giving her a wicked smile, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips, and then leaning over to press her chest and abdomen. Zhu Qing was terrified. She had always been strong in front of Shan Qing Luo, but at this moment, she actually revealed a trace of pleading. How could Shan Qing Luo pay attention to her? She had long been displeased with this dragon girl, and had suffered losses at her hands several times. Unfortunately, her strength was inferior, and she could not retaliate even if she wanted to. If she did not take revenge now, when would she? The low moans suddenly changed and became louder. At first, it sounded like she was crying, but in fact, that was not the case. The atmosphere in the room became even more decadent. To the side, Xia Ningchang, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Su Yan reached out and covered her eyes. After a few moments of lingering passion, flowers bloomed several times. Day and night were unknown, and the room seemed to have become another world. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. At his level of strength, unless he was severely injured, he didn't need to sleep at all. But when he returned home and was surrounded by his wives, he felt at ease and fell asleep without knowing why. His left hand was holding Xia Ningchang, his right hand was holding Su Yan. Shan Qing Luo directly lay on his body, the fragrance of her hair lingering at the tip of his nose. There was also 2 heads on his thighs. There was no need to look, it was definitely Shui Yu and Zhu Qing. It was just that he did not know who was on the left and who was on the right. Shan Qing Luo's eyelashes trembled a few times, then she slowly opened her eyes, directly facing Yang Kai's pair of bright eyes. Smiling slightly, the beguiling demon queen said, "You're awake." Yang Kai nodded. Satisfied? Yang Kai shook his head. How could he be satisfied with a husband and wife? He would never be satisfied in this lifetime. These few beautiful faces, these few tender bodies, he would never be satisfied. Shan Qing Luo laughed, "My sisters won't be able to hold on much longer." Saying so, she leaned over and kissed Yang Kai lightly on the lips, but it was just a light touch. Supporting herself with both hands on Yang Kai's chest, she stood up, but for some reason, her brows suddenly furrowed, revealing a pained expression. Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. Shan Qing Luo glared at him. After climbing up with great difficulty, Shan Qing Luo knelt on the bed and looked at the other women, sighing, "Why are you still pretending? It's not your first time, hurry up and get up." None of them were ordinary people. Although her movement of getting up and her voice was soft, how could it not alarm the others? It's just that the other 4 women were sleeping soundly, none of them had opened their eyes. When they were acting presumptuously, they didn't feel anything, but after calming down, they felt awkward. Basically, this was the case every time, so Shan Qing Luo was already used to it. Originally, the situation was a little better. After all, the 4 sisters had been together for a long time, so after getting familiar with each other, they didn't care so much. But the key point was that this time, there was Zhu Qing. After Shan Qing Luo finished speaking, seeing that the 4 women still didn't respond, she couldn't help but sneer, raising her hand and slapping Xia Ning Chang's butt, making it ripple like water. "Ning Chang, if you don't get up, your husband won't be able to hold back. Can you take it when the time comes?" Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her eyes, not because she was frightened by Shan Qing Luo's words, but because Yang Kai's large hands really were roaming around her body. When their eyes met, Xia Ning Chang showed an apologetic smile to Yang Kai, then gently kissed Yang Kai on the cheek, breaking free from his embrace and shrinking to the corner of the bed to get up. "Big sister, Shuiyu, and that's so-and-so." Shan Qing Luo called out one by one. One by one, they all got up with red faces, and for a time, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of clothes being put on. It was another scene of stunning beauty. Yang Kai laughed as he laid on the bed, his eyes looking from one to the other, his heart filled with joy. After putting on their clothes, the women combed each other's hair, and when they were all dressed, they looked back, only to see Yang Kai leisurely lying on the bed. Su Yan helplessly sighed, "Let's do it." The 5 women split into 2 sides, helping Yang Kai get up and get dressed. Chapter 36-27. In the conference hall of the High Heaven Palace, Hyoji sat on a chair with an ashen face. Hua Qingxi sat across a table with a smile on her face. There were several jade slips on the table. These jade slips recorded the names, genders, cultivation levels, and other detailed information of the 20,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Hua Qingxi signaled outside with her eyes, and a maidservant immediately came forward to serve tea. This was the umpteenth time. "Army Commander Yao, have some more tea. The palace master will be here soon." Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile. Hyoji turned his head and glanced at her coldly. "4 days ago, you said the same thing." It was no wonder that Hyoji's expression turned ugly. 3 days later, he returned to the High Heaven Palace on time to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving him wasn't Yang Kai, but Hua Qingxi. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small matter. Hyoji wasn't happy, but he didn't care too much. However, he waited here for 4 days. For 4 whole days, there was still no sign of Yang Kai. Hyoji's patience was almost worn out. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had in the High Heaven Palace. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi accompanying him with a respectful attitude, Hyoji would have suspected that Yang Kai was playing with him. Hua Qingxi felt awkward. She could guess what Yang Kai was doing at this moment, but she couldn't tell outsiders. Moreover, she couldn't disturb Yang Kai at this time. She felt very depressed. Her palace master was good at everything, but he was a bit too indulgent when it came to the matters between men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would run amok with his wives for a few days. Previously, she felt that Hyoji's 3-day agreement wasn't enough time. Now, it seemed that it really wasn't enough. However, it wasn't easy to recruit Hyoji into the GZ army. She couldn't just let him go like this. If he really left, it would be Yang Kai's loss, and also the GZ army's loss. Yang Kai was used to being a hands-off boss, but as the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, she had to worry about this. Why don't we take a look at the information of these disciples? When the GZ army is really established, wouldn't Yao Zhangjun have an idea of who will hold what position? Hyoji said coldly, "There's no need to look. I've already memorized the information of a cultivator above the Dao source realm." Then, Hua Qingxi felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to stall for time. Originally, she had delayed Yang Kai for 4 days, which was already the limit. In her opinion, if Yang Kai still didn't appear in half a day, Hyoji might really leave. Sure enough, Hyoji snorted, "I'll wait at most for 4 more hours. After 4 hours, if Yang Kai doesn't appear in front of me, the previous bet will be cancelled." After saying that, he chuckled, "It's not that I, Hyoji, didn't keep my word. It's that traitor who doesn't put me in his eyes." With his background and strength, no matter which corps he went to, any corps commander would welcome him with open arms, but after coming to Yang Kai's place, he had sat here for 4 days without even seeing his face. He didn't want to work under Yang Kai, but because of the reputation of the Serene Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Great Emperors, he reluctantly agreed. Now that he had found an excuse, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Traitor? Where did this traitor come from?" A voice suddenly sounded. Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and turned her head to look outside the hall. When the voice first spoke, it was clearly still a few dozen kilometers away, but by the time the last word fell, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. His steps were majestic, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been in a good mood these past few days. Bian Yuqing came with him. These days, Bian Yuqing had been waiting outside Lingxiao Peak, waiting for Yang Kai to finish and immediately reporting to him about Hyoji's situation. So, although Yang Kai had just walked out of Lingxiao Peak, he already had some understanding of the situation here. Yao Jun was in charge of the army. Not bad. When Hua Qingxi was in charge, he could always be at ease. "Palace Master." Hua Qingxi got up and bowed. She was obviously relieved, and her anxious heart was finally put down. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so courteous. He only looked at Hyoji. Hyoji ignored him and only gave a cold snort, showing no intention of standing up. Yang Kai was magnanimous and didn't bicker with him. He walked to the seat of honor, swung his robes back, and sat down. The maidservant served tea and respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, his eyebrows jumped, and he revealed a surprised expression before he began to drink. Hua Qingxi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Yang Kai signaled her with his eyes and she closed her mouth. Yang Kai didn't speak, and Hyoji also remained silent. In the entire hall, only the sound of Yang Kai drinking tea could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Hyoji coldly looked at Yang Kai for a long time and said, "Palace Master Yang, Great Chief Steward." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi and played with the teacup in his hand. "What is this tea? Is Palace Master not used to it?" Hua Qingxi didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but since he asked, she could only answer, "It's okay." "Where did you buy this tea?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "We didn't buy them, they were planted by our High Firmament Palace. There are a few acres of variant tea trees on Jade Peak, and they were probably planted by someone from Seeking Passion sect. Madame Ning Chang was very fond of them when she saw them, so she personally took care of these variant tea trees. The tea leaves collected were refined by her." "Did Ning Chang plant them?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and said, yes, Madam said they could be used to entertain guests. Entertain what guests? Yang Kai felt distressed. Send the rest of the tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. In the future, use other tea leaves to entertain guests. As he spoke, he glanced at the teacup in front of Hyoji and calculated in his heart how many cups of tea he had drunk. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the muscles on his face twisted slightly. Yes. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and responded. Hyoji was furious. He had come here and waited for Yang Kai for 4 days before seeing him, and now he couldn't even bear to let him have a sip of tea. In anger, he picked up the teacup and drank it all. Putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud, Hyoji spoke for the second time. Palace Master Yang, that's right, in the years that I wasn't here, did anything big happen in the palace? Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master, after you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world, and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big. That's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, that's good. Palace Master Yang. Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. Yang Kai. Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that Towering Palace has done wrong in our hospitality? He turned his head and said to Hua Qingxi, Head Chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now, you've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal. Hua Qingxi lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now, it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yang Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Yang Kai, 7 days ago, we had a bet, and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army, and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days, and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile. Yang Kai asked curiously, Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army? Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Hua Qingxi. He thought that Hua Qingxi had made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, did you not know about this? Yang Kai smiled, the head chief reported this to me, so how could I not know? Hyoji was furious, if you already know, then why ask? Yang Kai pointed at his own nose, then does Brother Yao know what my current position is? Hyoji said coldly, the great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the 7 Mist Sea and spread to all the armies. Yang Kai nodded, you will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army. As he spoke, the smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, since you know these 2 things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits? Hua Qingxi, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Kai had always ignored Hyoji, and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yang Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, "If I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you." Yang Kai shook his head. "No one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you." Chapter 36-28. As soon as he said this, Hyoji's eyelids twitched. His emperor's chi surged, creating a gale that swept through the hall. His entire aura became extremely dangerous. He was truly furious. He couldn't help but feel like he had been snubbed. Hua Qingxi had said before that it was Yang Kai who wanted him to become the commander of the GZ army. He had reluctantly agreed and came to the High Heaven Palace to discuss the army's plans with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect to receive such a response. Return to where he came from? Where else could he go? He was originally the deputy commander of another army. He had spent a few days resigning from this position after returning to the Seven Mist Sea and handing over various tasks to the new commander. Now, the entire Seven Mist Sea knew that he was going to become the commander of the GZ army. Many people congratulated him for this. Although the deputy commander's authority wasn't small, how could it compare to the commander who had millions of people under him? This was already a promotion. At this time, Yang Kai actually told him to return to where he came from? If he really went back and someone asked, would he have to tell them that he was chased away by the commander of the GZ army? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul couldn't afford to lose face like this. If Hyoji still had a choice 7 days ago, then he had no way out now. It wasn't that he had blocked his path of retreat, but that he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an attitude. He was clearly desperate for talent before, but now he was abandoning him like a worn-out shoe. Was this still a fucking human? Hyoji felt like he had been played. However, his path of retreat was cut off. No matter how angry Hyoji was, he didn't immediately explode. He only asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Kai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "It's not me who wants to do anything. It's Brother Yao who needs to recognize his position and identity." Hyoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As he inhaled and exhaled, the air in the hall became restless. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were secretly on edge. They were afraid that the two of them would fight again. They weren't worried that Yang Kai would suffer any losses, but if they really did, the GZ army would completely miss out on Hyoji. Fortunately, although Yao Si was arrogant and unruly, his temperament and cultivation were quite good. He knew when to be angry and when to endure, so there was no need for others to teach him. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai, tilted his head to the side, and quickly said, "Yao Si, greet Sir Corps Commander." That was truly an accusation that was filled with blood and tears as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with grief and indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai laughed loudly and suddenly appeared in front of Hyoji. He grabbed his arm and warmly said, "Yao Zhangjun is too polite, too polite. In the future, we will all be one family. We should support each other and take care of each other. There's no need to be so polite." His attitude suddenly underwent a huge change. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that Yang Kai and Hyoji had a very good relationship. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. At this point, she finally understood Yang Kai's intentions. Palace Master had emphasized his position and identity twice, all for the sake of this title of army commander. After all, after seeing Yang Kai today, Hyoji kept calling him Palace Master Yang. Under normal circumstances, this kind of address wouldn't have mattered, but it couldn't be done now. Yang Kai was the GZ Army's army commander, while Hyoji was the GZ Army's commander. This was the relationship between superior and subordinate. Military law was majestic, and military orders were like mountains. No matter what, Hyoji had to call Yang Kai master. This was the only way to prove that Hyoji saw himself as a member of the GZ army. He clearly understood his position and identity, and not the high and mighty son of great emperors. This was why Yang Kai's attitude changed. Hyoji's face twitched as his arm was held by Yang Kai. His eyes were spitting fire. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He said to Hua Qingxi, "Come, bring some wine." Today, Commander Yao is the GZ Army's new position. This army commander wants to drink with Commander Yao to our heart's content. Before Hua Qingxi could respond, Hyoji shouted, "Let's see who dares to bring wine." How could he be in the mood to drink with his stomach full of anger? Even if he wanted to drink, he couldn't drink with Yang Kai. Hyoji was willing to call Yang Kai master because of the great emperor's orders. However, even the army commander couldn't interfere with his personal matters. Hua Qingxi was about to go get the wine, but now that she heard this, she found it difficult to do so. She could only look at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled, "If Commander Yao doesn't want to drink, then we won't drink. Let's sit down and talk. In the future, the army will rely on Commander Yao for many things. Although you and I have known each other for a long time, we aren't familiar with each other yet. Just nice. Sir." Hyoji shook off his hand and said with a cold expression, "I didn't come here to drink with you. Secondly, I didn't come here to chat with you. If Master wants to drink and chat, it's better for you to go to someone else. I don't have time to accompany you." When he first called Commander Master, his expression was difficult and he was obviously reluctant. However, after that, it was much smoother. Yang Kai was shaken off by him. He coughed lightly and nodded with a serious expression. "The great emperors ordered me to create and prepare the GZ army. Although it's great kindness, it's also a burden and responsibility for me. The great emperor's expectations are deeply felt by me and I don't dare to disappoint them. Today, with the help of Commander Yao, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The war in the Western Territory is anxious, and time waits for no one. Since Commander Yao is here today, let's discuss in detail the formation of the army." Hyoji's eyes twitched, but he saw that Yang Kai had already sat down. Taking a deep breath, Hyoji suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down as well. Hua Qingxi quietly ordered a maid to serve new tea, but it was not the same tea as before. The chief steward carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. Since he said that he was to send the tea leaves to Lingxiao Peak, he naturally had to do it. "Master, I know that you've been in the demon territory for the past few years and know very little about the matters of the star boundary. May I ask, Master, do you know about the structure of the army?" Hyoji did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. When it came to business, Yang Kai's expression became much more serious. "I know a thing or two. Here in the star boundary, we imitate the demon territory and set up 54 legions. Each legion has a legion commander and 10 towns under their jurisdiction. Each town has 10 people, each camp 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 has 10 guards, each guard has 10 teams, each layer has a clear hierarchy." Seeing that he was not completely ignorant, Hyoji nodded lightly and said, "Yang Gong. Master is right, this is the basic structure of each legion. As for the specific details, there may be some differences between each legion, but in general, there is not much difference. Then, Master, do you know who can hold the position of head town and camp commander?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Isn't it based on cultivation?" Hyoji said, "In the early stages, it depends on cultivation, in the later stages it depends on battle achievements." Battle achievements. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hyoji nodded and said, with enough battle achievements, soldiers will be promoted to generals, and generals will be promoted to commanders. If they are mediocre, it is not strange for commanders to be demoted, and generals to be demoted. After saying this, he had a proud look on his face. Yang Kai did not quite understand why he was so proud at first, but soon realized and said with a smile, I heard that Yao Zhangjun was previously a vice legion commander in a certain legion. I am very curious, what position did Yao Zhangjun hold when he first joined? Vice legion commander. As if he was tickled by Yang Kai, Hyoji's expression became even more arrogant, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a second-order emperor realm master and the son of great emperors, so it was reasonable for him to be a vice legion commander after joining the army. What's more, his battle achievements over the past few years had been outstanding, and he had been promoted from vice legion commander to general, and then to vice legion commander. It could be said that he had been promoted step by step. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. In any case, words of praise were not cheap, and since Hyoji liked to hear it, he could just say more. Hyoji did not linger on this topic any longer, and his expression became solemn again, but master is right. At the beginning of the army's establishment, no one has any battle achievements, so it is true that positions are appointed based on cultivation. However, the position of camp commander must be held by someone from the emperor realm, and the higher the cultivation, the better. The position of martial guard must be at least a Dao source realm cultivator. As for captain, the requirements can be lowered. A third-order origin king should be enough. Yang Kai nodded and said, Army Commander Yao has experience in this matter, so I will listen to Army Commander Yao. Hyoji felt much better after hearing him say this. He glanced at him and said, but here's the problem. Our GZ army doesn't have enough people to hold the positions of camp commander and vice legion commander. Yang Kai raised his brow, that is to say, we don't have many people from the emperor realm. Yes, in High Heaven Palace, including master, there are 14 people from the emperor realm, but 13 of them are first-order emperors. With such cultivation, they can only hold the position of camp commander, and it is impossible for them to be promoted further. 14 people? Which 14? Yang Kai asked curiously. He did not know that there were 14 people from the emperor realm in High Heaven Palace. Hyoji opened his mouth and said, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Hua Qing Si, Bian Yuqing, Gui Zhu, Aio, Chiyu, Chai Hu, Gu Tsang Yun, Yi Hen, Ruan Bai Ting, Southern Gate Army, and Ho Yu. These 13 people, together with master, make up 14 people. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si, and Hua Qing Si gently nodded, indicating that Hyoji was right. Hyoji could understand this because Hua Qing Si had sorted out the information beforehand. There are 14 people from the emperor realm. Yang Kai chuckled. Among them, Yi Hen was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, and also Yi Jinghan's father. He had advanced to the emperor realm a few years ago, and Su Yan had also made a breakthrough in the past few years. Ruan Bai Ting was Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect in the ancestral territory. Her aptitude was not bad, and when Yang Kai brought her over from the ancestral territory, she was already in the third-order Dao source realm. However, due to the restrictions of the world principles, she was unable to break through. After coming to the High Heaven Palace, it was natural for her to advance. There are only 12 people. Hyoji could not bear to see Yang Kai's smug expression and immediately said, that Southern Gate Army and Ho Yu are not included. These two people are not allowed to enter the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. An Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master were both extraordinary talents. Who would be willing to let them enter the battlefield to fight the demon race? Chapter 36-29. 12 people? Good, good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander. Hyoji sneered, could it be that master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said, if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it, so the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled, also, under the camp commander, there are still martial guards. Then, the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Jiangqin, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was just a part of the Bingtian army. The Bingtian army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way, but if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned. I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato, and the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many second or third order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally, they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this? I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, it's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army, but how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled, having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, how about this, Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, "That's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. "Master!" Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. "Army Commander Yao, please calm down." Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "This should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao." She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xia Wuwei, Ying Fei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, Qi Lian, Fu Ling, Li Jiao, Mi Qi. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, he instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xia Wuwei, Ying Fei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now, these monster kings were all under the command of the 3 saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fu Ling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jia army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jia army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. These 2 were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the 2 of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jia army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many third-grade Emperor realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jia army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jia army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhangjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the 7 Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the Seven Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly, so why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jiazi army. While Yao Zhangjun was running around the Seven Mist Sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju. After spending a few days with his parents, the two of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Shao and Cheongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Shao would run away with Cheongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yen didn't feel at ease and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now, there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even with Cheongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside? Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Shao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year, but he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 3630. Yang Shao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end, he was still the son of Fu Dan and Zhu Yan, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Shao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb, but Fu Dan was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dan doted on Yang Shao to the extreme, and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Shao. If Yang Shao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dan was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her, otherwise, she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dan left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dan. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Shao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yan and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancients' Wild Ancient Lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose Clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit Clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit Clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The Wild Ancient Lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Wanfeng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the Wild Ancient Lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the Wild Ancient Lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move and had extracted its Divine Spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk, seemingly sleeping. Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose, and a sharp mouth, like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you?" Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle and saw you killing everywhere, majestic and awe-inspiring. Goo goo, what race are you from? Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then, and this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, I'm following my king's orders to guard the blood door. Oh, right, my king said that this was an order from the holy masters. You're the only one here? Just me, Goo Goo. Yang Kai glanced at his lower body. How did you get injured? The monster general replied proudly, I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life. Heh, a leg in exchange for his life, it wasn't a loss at all. This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, my king asked me to come back and guard the blood door, so this lowly one came back. Yang Kai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder, good job. The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yang Kai said solemnly, fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do, but the matter of the blood door is also very important. Guard this place well, and if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the holy senior. Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere. The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. All right, I'm just here to take a look. Yang Kai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. This lowly one will see you off, master. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yang Kai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of monster beasts' monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th order monster beast's monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yang Kai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yang Kai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yang Kai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu, Fa2, had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yang Kai came here to send the great emperors off and apologize to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. But when Yang Kai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the Great Emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended mid-air, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shui Zhengmao, and Xiao Yuyang, the 3 great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic chi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic chi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the 5-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic chi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong, Great Elder. What happened? Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave. Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan. Only now did he know that this 5-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, yes. Yang Kai angrily said, Why didn't you stop her? The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Xun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First-Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Xun was only a First-Order Emperor realm master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But, she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First-Order Emperor realm master, even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Xun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Xun knelt for several days, motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chen followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Sun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Sun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the Great Emperor's bright moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Sun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save junior sister, please save junior sister. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yuyang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him, Xiao Chen. At this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Sun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment, he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded, "I'll do my best." Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, "Is there really no one who can go in?" Lei Hong slowly shook his head, "No one can." Will the great emperors know about this? Now that there was a space-crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, "Half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea." Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them, because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the Universe Tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. "Master." The Universe Tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Sun was still inside, if the Universe Tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Sun would die of old age inside. Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wuhen kept staring at the Universe Tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wuhen looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Why are you standing here?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors and happened to see this." Zhan Wuhen smacked his lips, "I'm asking, why are you still standing here?" Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. "Get in," Zhan Wuhen said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said." He wanted to explain to Zhan Wuhen, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, "Too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the Universe Tower as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wuhen to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind: the great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the Universe Tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the Universe Tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace masters from the Emperor realm were stunned. Lan Sun had entered the Universe Tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Sun or persuade her to return, but Lan Sun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire Universe Tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Sun. But at this moment, after Zhang Wuhen threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the Universe Tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhang Wuhen in surprise. With Zhang Wuhen's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wuhen seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in, don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhang Wuhen glanced at him and grinned, "This king means that even I can't enter." Huh? Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhang Wuhen, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhang Wuhen changed the topic, but that will inevitably damage the Universe Tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months. A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the Universe Tower, so why did Palace Master Yang? What do you think? Zhang Wuhen smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the world will of the great emperors Mingyu. The Universe Tower was refined by the great emperors Mingyu, so no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperors Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the world will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the Universe Tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhang Wuhen saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the Universe Tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So, Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the Universe Tower?" "Did I say that?" Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. "He can go in, but the Universe Tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun. Then what should we do?" Lei Hong, Xiao Yuyang, and the others' faces changed. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhang Wuhen said solemnly, "Anyway, as long as the Universe Tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. "But what if the Universe Tower leaves before that?" Zhang Wuhen smiled, "If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique, so are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it." Chapter 36-32. 100 years, 1,000 years. Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either, but if it was 1,000 years or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way," Zhang Wuhen waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their Emperor Qi and retreated. The five-colored light on the Universal Tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the universal tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War Flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhang Wuhen's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War Flag meant that Zhang Wuhen had gone all out, which showed how magical the Universal Tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhang Wuhen had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the Universal Tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the Universal Tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire Universal Tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhang Wuhen stood in front of the Universal Tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qinkuan Pagoda by Zhang Wuhen. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths, but who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react. Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground, there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the five elements in this world, fire. Yang Kai couldn't feel the existence of the other four elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and two horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange but majestic. Qilin. The ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yang Kai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than one Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Bailey Mo and Yu Ruming had forced Bai Zhua and Bai Ye to him so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and one Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yang Kai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yang Kai's expression became strange. If there was only one Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yin Yang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it, the phoenix race couldn't do it, no sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand and slashed at the fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill it in one move, but for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yang Kai's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding fire Qilins pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these fire Qilins weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yang Kai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin-Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world, so naturally, he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic war hammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic war hammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic war hammer. The strength of a half-saint was released and the fire Qilins that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Biyao and Biyao didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The 2 half-saint obeyed and started killing. With 3 half-saint protecting him, no matter how many fire Qilins there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire Qilin that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Biyao exclaimed, "Brother Biyao, something's wrong." Biyao nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire Qilins, with 3 half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire Qilins in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire Qilins they killed, they would still pounce on them. The 2 half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire Qilin, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. What the hell is this place? Biyao smiled bitterly. The fire Qilins weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the Earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire Qilins was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained. The Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire chilans, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. "Brother Biyao, come with me." Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Biyao immediately followed after hearing this. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Biyao solemnly said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Biyao still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg. A Bifang. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire chilans that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Biyao were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Biyao rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic chi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of Bifangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword chi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of Bifangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these Bifangs were like the fire chilans, they were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Biyao protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Biyao charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless Bifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Biyao saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Biyao, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic war hammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire chilans chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of Bifangs. The fire chilans stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire chilans were in charge of the ground while the Bifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and Bifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Biyao. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Biyao. After a while, the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Biyao and Biyao nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Baifeng was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again, and this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Biyao and Biyao, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saints did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory, and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward, his hands formed into knives, and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the three half-saint, "Let's go." This damned place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Biyao and Biyao used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then, it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames from the small world. Biyao and Biyao did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Biyao saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world? Biyao looked at him in shock. Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape? It should be. Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Biyao and Boya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of, and if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Biyao and Biyao were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger as soon as he came in made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Mingyu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-saint realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the Universe Tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire Universe Tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Biyao and Biyao were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yang Kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the Universe Pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, While searching, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yang Kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yang Kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yang Kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the 2 people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3 half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Shao Chen did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yang Kai. Then she looked ahead, then she looked back at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yang Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yang Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here? Yang Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled, "Thank you." It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yang entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yang Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yang Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yang Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yang Kai too much. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun. She really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm, only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent, But only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that, there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qinquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu. Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red, even though this was just a remnant soul. Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperor's Mingyu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master. Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite, get up. Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed, this is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again, Mingyu smiled slightly. Sun Er really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled. Sun Er is my child, how could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the universe tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the universe tower. Mingyu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the universe tower. Inside the universe tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier, so everything in the universe tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the 5-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Air broke into this place to refine the universe tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Air and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the universe tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the universe tower? Mingyu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this universe pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer, 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, the Qiankuan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked curiously, how can it be missing one? Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. 1,000 Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the 1,000 Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing, but now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Mingyu must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled, you can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the 1,000 Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Mingyu shook her head and said, you won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qiankuan Tower once or complete the Qiankuan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked, then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the 1,000 Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis, but if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, "You have to rely on yourself." "Rely on myself?" Yang Kai was suspicious. "Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, "Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm?" Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the universe tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe, but who knew that after entering this universe tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions dream world from here, causing the universe tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation, so Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the sealed world bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the universe tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the universe tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original sealed world bead should have no problem being accepted by the universe tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the universe tower's ability. "Can you do it?" Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself, even if he didn't, for the sake of the universe tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. "Master, do you think this can be used?" Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. "So you were prepared?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I didn't refine this thing." How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested, there were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wu Yi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside, so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, no one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, "Can you use it?" "Naturally." Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wu Yi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wu Yi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wu Yi. "Yes." Yang Kai replied, "I just obtained it a few days ago." "That's really a coincidence." Mingyu smiled and nodded. "This will save us a lot of time." "All right, you can leave the valley, you can't intervene in the matters here." "Master." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. "Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master." Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time, so Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 36-36. Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhang Wuhan had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperor's personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the Great Emperors were here and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhang Wuhen couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the Great Emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhang Wuhen about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhang Wuhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhang Wuhen didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light and rushed into Zhang Wuhen's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time and was completely resistant to Zhang Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai will not disappoint you. If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda, but what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, what about Her Highness? Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior Sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it? Xiao Yuyang frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, don't worry, Junior Sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time. Great Emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the Universe Pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the Universe Pagoda. Now that the Universe Pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wuhen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperors said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the small sealed world. As long as the matter of the small sealed world's territory was not resolved, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the demon territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the demon territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's Guest Elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's Guest Elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, Although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhangqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic chi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor realm was similar to that of Murong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Murong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor realm was very vicious. When fighting with Murong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Murong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Murong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor realm from the Demon Path had found a flaw and rushed towards Murong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic chi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Murong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Murong Xiao Xiao. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Murong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Chi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Murong Xiao Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Murong Xiao Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples, and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Murong Xiao Xiao's cultivation. Even Murong Xiao Xiao understood this, so how could the Emperor Realm Master of the Demon Heavenly Path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. "You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Murong Xiao Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor Realm seemed to have seen through Murong Xiao Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Murong Xiao Xiao was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers, it was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed, the sword flowers were shattered, the hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Murong Xiao Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Murong Xiao Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the qi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Murong Xiao Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, 2 millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic qi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Murong Xiao Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. 2 groups of people, 2 different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor Realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen the Emperor Realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him, Murong Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Murong Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Murong Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperor's, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor Realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar, it turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Murong Xiao Xiao, He had clearly escaped into the demon sky path's territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Murong Xiao Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm's vision blurred and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of demon sky paths people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the demon sky path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin, but when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor realm who was being strangled by Yang Kai also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of demon heavenly way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the demon heavenly way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of demon heavenly way? Wasn't the demon heavenly way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing demon heavenly path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Murong Xiao Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Biyao was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Baiyi, like Murong Xiao Xiao and Xia Sheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xia Sheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Baiyi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Baiyi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yang Kai. Xiao Baiyi frowned, looked at Yang Kai, and then at Biyao, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Baiyi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Baiyi was shocked. Before he could react, Biyao had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Baiyi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Biyao tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Biyao curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me." Murong Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Baiyi realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here and Murong Xiao Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Baiyi took the token and looked at it, only to see the 2 words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. But, when did the Star Boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news? Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Baiyi frowned and asked. Half a month ago. Xiao Baiyi was relieved and gently nodded. For the past month, junior sister and I have been outside. It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them, otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now, he, Murong Xiao, and Xia Sheng were all First-Order Emperor realm masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third-Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a Third-Order Emperor realm master. Xiao Baiyi could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, two elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Baiyi said, "We are investigating the Demon Heavenly Way." The Star Boundaries situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the Star Boundaries' enemy on the surface, then the Demon Heavenly Way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the Demon Heavenly Way, countless people in the Star Boundary had been harmed by them. The entire Star Boundary hated the Demon Heavenly Way. However, the Demon Heavenly Way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the Demon Heavenly Way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the Star Boundary's energy, making it impossible for the Star Boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the two realms. Every sect in the Star Boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the Demon Heavenly Way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the Demon Heavenly Way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the Star Boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao's strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Baiyi arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed? Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here. This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help. Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, Big Brother means, a mole. Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiao Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? I thought you didn't notice. Biyao was still squatting in front of the Emperor realm and said without raising her head. You noticed? Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Biyao sneered and pointed to the Emperor realm in front of her. They have the same smell, a sour smell. Xiao Baiyi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened and were all suspicious. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.